Hope everyone is well. It is the 13th of March. Kanan, good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are. Okay, so we started off today pretty much how we finished yesterday. Yesterday afternoon, sideways. We've bounced twice off the bottom and twice off the top. We have had some news earlier on. Did it do anything? Not really. It was around about here, wasn't it? So we've got that bond auction again. Up until yesterday, I'd never seen that before. So whether that's something new that's coming out, I don't know. But I have put that on the screen. Mac actually put a bit of a mark around it yesterday, but it didn't seem to do anything. So whether it will or not, so I think it's probably wise just to keep an eye on it and just to stay out there. Close to all-time highs again, so whether we're going to push up or not, but we had a couple of big pushes up yesterday. So we are about 1 minute away from the open. So, Kanan, how you doing? Chris, how you doing, bud? Indy, good morning to you. Exponential, good day to you, my friend. So let's have a look. Mouse just... Oh, it's got it plugged in, that's why. There we go. I might have to nip off just for a quick minute. I'm expecting a parcel. I've got another monitor coming this afternoon, which will give me 6 then. So it does look like I'm controlling the universe. Sometimes you can never have enough monitors. The trouble is when you're streaming, so you've got 2 monitors dedicated to YouTube and OBS, which only left me 2. So I've got my main screen. By the time you got your Rhythmic, your Ninja Trader data, your Replicanto, all these things at the top, that takes up another monitor. Okay, market is officially open. Let's have a look. So on the NQ there, straight away, it does look like we're slowly working down. A leg up and a leg up. Whether it's just sort of a couple of legs and we'll retest the bottom and off we go, I don't know. But we touch really nice at the bottom and a couple of times at the top. I did look at that bar there just to see if we get lower high, but unfortunately there's nothing on here really. I did watch, who I missed, Indy, 6, sweet. 6, what am I missing? 6? Oh, monitors, you mean? Yeah. Graphics card, because I think most graphics cards will cope with 4, but no more, so I've had to buy a couple of more. I do want to look into order flow and just have that on a screen and just get to try and understand how it works and whether I think it may benefit me. Staying in trades maybe a bit longer. So I can adjust that a touch to the top of there and there, and we got a touch, fits quite nice there actually. Unfortunately, even with this, we pushed down, we triggered above that bullish bar on the NQ and pushed down, which technically gave us this, but obviously at the moment we're going from the bottom to the top. So I didn't really want to be thinking about going short there just at the moment. Let's have a look. I mean, you could say that there and there's a break, but let's have a look. I did watch Jay, how you doing? Off to Bangkok tonight. Good on you, mate. We'll join on Friday from Thailand, you lucky devil. No one speak to Jay today. He's made us all miserable there. Good on you, mate. Good on you, Thailand. Make sure you behave yourself over there. You know what I mean. No special massages. There's nothing wrong with your back. Crab Nation. Hey, which new are coming? Which new are coming? Which new? Oh, news. Sorry. Well, 5 p.m. Well, it's got 5:01. Whether that's 5:10 or what, I don't know. But we had the same yesterday, that bond auction. Up until yesterday, I'd never seen it. I've been using this this news indicator from Mac for about 2.5 years, and I've never seen it. but I noticed when Mac did his rundown yesterday, he did mark a little sort of blue box around it. So, yeah, so it's not for a while yet. It's about 3.5 hours, but I'll be done. That's all I will be doing. Why else would you go to Thailand? You don't go to Thailand for the beaches, do you? I mean, come on. Just make sure you're not late for the plane. I had a friend. He went out there a couple of years ago. Excuse me. And he said, I think his words were, he had a knock on the door from one of his friends. The coach driver was in the lobby and he said he still had a bird balancing on his balls. So there you go. Sometimes you can get carried away with these holidays, can't you? There you go. And always warm great food too. Yeah, absolutely. I've never been, actually. It is on my list of to-goes, but I'd rather go with a couple of mates. Not for any reason. My wife just likes shopping and I don't, so I'd rather be on the beach. That's the only reason why, but there you go. Akitri, how you doing, buddy? You're doing... best beach I've ever seen. Do you remember, anybody remember the beach? I mean, we're going back about 20 years, aren't we? Something like that. Leonardo DiCaprio. I think it was Leonardo, wasn't it? The beach, I think that was set in Thailand. It does look stunning, I've got to say. You've been there, have you? Oh, excellent. Decide between Thailand and the Philippines. No, I've never been that far. Well, the furthest distance I've been really is Kenya, I think. And Cuba. That's probably not as far. I think Kenya was about 11 or 12 hours. Fifi Island, that's the one. Yeah, it is on my list. I think that's closer to you. Is that closer to the US, guys, or is it? I suppose if you go the other way around the planet, I suppose it is. See, you US guys have got a lot of easy access to places like the Bahamas and all that. It's quite a hike for us. That's your Europe, really, isn't it? Compared, for the likes of Spain. I've been to places like Turkey and Mallorca and that, and it's like 2-3 hours for us, so it's ideal. But has more to offer, yeah. It's like a completely different world over there, isn't it? From what I'm told. Lovely, good on you, mate. What are we doing here? I watched some of that Tom Hoggard lecture last night. I watched the first hour. He does an hour, and one of his colleagues does an hour, and then he does an hour after. And he was talking about a strategy. I was sort of half asleep and half watching it, and I think what he does is, if I can gather it, he shorts below a negative bar, I think, doesn't he? When we get an uptrend. So if you get an uptrend like this and you get a negative bar, he tends to short, if that's what I was thinking about. So, is that right? I don't know. I'm going to have to watch it again. My daughter kept coming in, yabba, 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 so I kept having to stop it. But yeah, I'm sure he says he short or long near a negative bar. I can't remember. I have to go over it again. But interesting guy. Okay, it's hard to know what to do here. Could we consider that an overshoot? Possible. I'm not sure. So if it is an overshoot, we could get a push up, but we've got one leg up, 2 legs up. We've actually triggered above that bullish bar, but it is a bit congested there. Unfortunately, because we're coming from the bottom to the top, to the bottom, I can't really go long or short here at the moment because it could just decide to shoot up. We've come off the bottom. We haven't got very far. So, answer me a question, you guys. Can you trade the FTSE on with Apex? I could have sworn you could, but I had to look around the Apex site last night and I couldn't see anywhere. Because I know that Tom Hoggard, that's what he trades, the FTSE. It'd be nice to have the option to be able to trade earlier on in the day. maybe do an hour on the FTSE and then a couple of 3 hours, in this sort of US time zone. I don't know why you can't, if you can't. Expensive for market data, so I doubt it. Okay, that would make sense. I subscribe to Eurex data with Apex 5 Trader Vote, no FTSE instrument. No, okay. It's mainly US markets, isn't it? I think you can, you can trade the, is it the Nikkei, which I think is in that sort of Far East and Singapore sort of area of the world. Speedy, how you doing, buddy? I wonder where you were. I watched young Moo yesterday. I was quite impressed. That's the first time I've seen him watch a chart and not take a trade. I am taking my MacBook Air iPad 20-inch travel screen going light. Still not trading. Going to take this week off. Good on you, mate. Good on you. MacBook Air. So, Jay, what do you use? What do you trade with then? You don't trade with Ninja Trade then, I'm assuming, on Mac. Although you can put Windows on Mac. That's how I first started with a MacBook. But I'm assuming you trade something else with a Mac. Mac are supposed to be, especially the new, is it the M3s or the M3 Pro Max? They are supposed to be super quick Tradeovate. Okay, so you can use Mac. Is Tradeovate... Catching something here. Is Tradeovate... is it a downloadable version or it's online? Is it in TradingView for... Yeah, you can't beat TradingView, can you? It is good TradingView. I used to use that for charting when I traded currency when I first started. Yeah, you can't beat it. It is a great platform, isn't it? Oh, it is down. Oh, okay. But obviously you can use it on Mac. Outside Traders. Mo, how you doing? All the best for today. You too, my friend. Desktop version, yeah. I know there was talk about making... Oh, and online. I know there was talk about making Ninja Trader possibly online. So whether they will or not, I don't know. It's nice to have the option to trade it on Mac, wouldn't it? Is that a little spike in a channel? Maybe. Let's put that there. Tradeovate is web, but also desktop, but it uses web interface. Need resetter for silicon processors. Yeah, your tech is way above my head there, bud. I'm techie-ish. I enjoy tech, but I'm not massively understand it all. But well, we've clearly got a downtrend on the NQ. We've more or less opened. We've had a couple of legs up, and then from the overnight highs, we've continued down. So whether we're gonna, it's a bit hard at the moment because we started off well, up down, about as rangy as you can get. No, we've got to go from there, unfortunately. Okay, so whether you like that as an overshoot, what's going to happen here? See, that may be an overshoot there on the NQ, in which case a lot of times with overshoots it comes down, makes a new low, and then goes in the opposite direction. But would I take a higher low here? I don't think I could. Ordinarily, if I wasn't looking at the NQ chart, because we're so sideways there and we've had a failed breakout, I probably would take a higher low above there, but because this is looking so bearish, I'd be a little bit nervous about doing that. Having said that, although we are ranging here, we've come off the bottoms and we've only got 2/3 of the way up. So Ninja Trader is about... Is it? That's the first I've heard. Maybe it is. So maybe you can trade it on Mac if it's web-based. Interesting. Don't get me wrong, I've always preferred Mac. We've always had Macs. But for a laptop, certainly anyway, they make good laptops. They last years. I bought a 2013 one. It's still going. A 15-inch Retina. It's still going. But you know, obviously with desktops, I think it's easier. It's much easier. I mean, you just can't build Macs like you can build PCs. PCs are way more adaptable. I mean, I went off PC sort of 10, 12 years ago, just the amount of times they were crashing. But I have to say, since I built this PC about 2.5 years ago, it hasn't crashed once. So PC have definitely upped their game. Yeah, I didn't know NinjaTrader was web-based. Or you could use it web-based. I thought it had to be downloaded. Got to say, when I first started using NinjaTrader, I did pay for the lifetime license. I thought I'd use it. And I haven't really. But at some point I probably will. If things go well here, then at some point I would like to build my own account. Tradervate is NinjaTrader on the web. Just tried it out. I can trade Apex account with NinjaTrader. Oh wow, interesting. So you now then can trade it on a Mac, I'm assuming. Well, you must be able to if it's web-based. So that makes it easier for some people. I'm going to say I do like Macs. Whoops, spoke too soon. Looks like... okay. All right. I have heard rumours that the question had been asked, you know, it had been talked about whether it was happening or not, but... Don't mind Tradervate. I like NinjaTrader better, yeah. To be fair, the only two platforms I've ever used to trade is MetaTrader 4 and NinjaTrader, and I do like this. I love the entries. Everything's straightforward. It's clear. It's big and bold, and it works well. I think the only trouble we tend to have is with Rhythmic as opposed to NinjaTrader. Well, the NQ has definitely started off bearish. That's pretty clear. So whether that was an overshoot, probably not. It's negligible, I think, really. Can always adjust that just a fraction. Yeah, I'm not too concerned that that's an overshoot. Fit's not too bad, actually. I can adjust this just smidgen. Makes me nervous about going short here when we've had some support there. My concern is it's a fell breakout and we push in and we get a push up to the top here. So yesterday was a horrible day, I think. I mean, it moved. There just wasn't a lot of setups, really. The two that Mac marked, I thought he might do, was that one, that short. He'd got a very small break there. I absolutely love that. That's the type of trade I love to take. But unfortunately, because of the strong, we got that one, so we got a leg down. 2 attempts to get up. Clear second entry short. Beautiful, I think, and the way that dropped down, you know, other people thought so as well. And it was that higher low, I think. Was it that higher low? No, it was that one. I'm sorry. So the more I look at that one, it is 2 legs back, a leg and a leg with a higher low. But at the time, I had this with a break and a new high, so you don't know whether we're going to go a bit sideways there. And we got some support. So in real time, it's hard to say. In reality, we got 2 legs back, a push up and a pull back, a bullish bar, and it was a little bit off the EMA for me, but it did work. but in real time, it's not always that easy. Uh, 99% of your trades are shorts. Isn't that weird how it works out like that? It just seems to work out for me, yeah. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? You might just feel more comfortable taking it. I don't know. Is it like left-handed or right-handed? Maybe you might feel more comfortable using a certain hand. Maybe that's the way it works. Yeah, strange that. So I don't like this. It's very choppy. It's much more fluent on the NQ, but this is a bit unusual. It's a slightly wider channel, but it's down, sideways, down, sideways. It's very choppy. You're a pessimist. So it'd be interesting to see what new offer we get tomorrow. This 71% 3 days to pass finishes today. So we'll usually get, straight away, we'll usually get a new offer. And after getting 71%, I would assume it would be 80. 90 would be nice, but I would assume it will be 80. They tend to, HA doing a lot of news on your news guard. I have just one. Well, it might be because they're all at 12.30, but I think it's just more broke up. Core CPI, core retail sales. You might have it just because it's all at the same time, so you just avoid, 12.30 UK time. But up until yesterday, I'd never seen that bond auction before. I don't really think it did much. It was 5 o'clock yesterday UK time. Where was it? So it was around about here. Did it do anything? Maybe the bars may be a little bit bigger, but not overly. I mean, you wouldn't look at that and think, well, there was some news there, would you? So 10:30 is big news time for the for us or US. 10:30. $10:30. It's what, 40 minutes? I mean, the only news I've got on all this core CPI and retail sales is all done and dusted. 12:30 UK time. So I'm not sure about that. Okay, let's just have a little look at this. We seem to be making some tops there. So maybe we get a push up and a second entry short and a failed break out of the range. Let's have a little look at this. If we get a nice short on the NQ, a really nice looking short. I wouldn't mind taking a fell break out of this, which would be a second entry short. I'd like it to push up a little bit higher though. And the NQ's got to look absolutely golden before I even consider it. So we're clearly coming down here, no argument there. We've got one leg up, we need a second leg up which needs to cross that EMA for me. It needs to go higher for me to take a short. I mean, it is a small risk, isn't it? I will say.
Order submitted.
I'm going to leave that alone.
Order
I
cancelled.
think that would probably work, but I would consider that a little bit more risky. It is right at the top. It is a second entry short. We have... Excuse me a sec. There's a triple test forming on the NQ. 1, 2, triple test. So that one would have got stopped out. So I'm quite glad I left that. If it had been closer to that EMA push through it and been really bearish, then I'd expected that to come down. Then I may have had a go at that. It was a relatively small risk, but this may be a better option. Let's see how this forms.
Order submitted.
Let's see how that looks on the NQ. I like it on the NQ. It's a triple test. On that one there, yeah, that's why I like having that. That looks really bearish, I have to say. The only thing that's put me off is that there's a bit of a wick there. So we broke down below there. There's probably going to be some longs in there, so I would expect that to come down there. Let's see if we can get a lower high. Actually, I think that will probably hold personally, but I'd rather get a lower high. See, that is a second entry short, and it is right at the top. But I just didn't like this. In fact, this, yeah, let's just get rid of that.
Order cancelled.
See if we get a lower high here.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Get out there, I think. Doesn't seem to be coming down with any sense of urgency to me.
Order filled.
Okay. I think that's probably going to work. My slight concern is, what did I get there? A couple of ticks. Oh, well. I think that would probably work. My slight concern is this. Although I like the setup, we're going into this. Now, I usually have a piece of paper on my desk which says, taking a trade, look left. Now, because I got an extra monitor which came yesterday, I've got rid of it. I put it out of my eye shot, and I usually have a look at that. So is that probably going to work down here? I'd say so, yeah. This is probably coming down. But you can't deny that. I got a couple of ticks out. You know, it happens. It's something. I got something out of it anyway. So taking away fees, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120. It's about $125 total. So there we go. I'd say it's probably going to work. We got a channel down there with a break. We got sort of one leg up, two legs up, and it is a lower high. So yeah, I mean, I'd have got out there initially, but my slight concern was that along there, that support along there. So sometimes these things just take a little bit of time, but that's the bit that concerned me. So I got half a point out of that. Oh well, it's better than a kick in the teeth. I like this. I mean, we're clearly bearish on here at the moment. And what I liked about that bar there is it's clearly a triple test. We got once, twice, three times. Nice bearish bar. Where it is under that EMA is beautiful in my opinion. And it clearly worked. But the issue I have, and I this is something I tend to follow. If I take a trade, I look left, and you can't deny that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 touches there. So ordinarily, a trade like that would be extra risky. Having said that, we have had a channel. We have had a couple of legs up. We have got a lower high. So I would say that is probably going to work 80% of the time, maybe a bit more. But part of the reason why I took it is because of the NQs looking really bearish. And that did exactly what I thought it might do. The only bit that spooked me was this. So right to be cautious, but it would have worked. But there we go. I think the sensible thing for me to do would be to follow my rules and be cautious there. But we have got a clear channel down, and it is a lower high, and it did work perfectly. But there we go. Anybody else take that lower high? I thought we trapped. There was a failure there. See, fell second entry short. So once we got below these stops here, then it tended to come down a bit there. But perhaps I should have just held on. It wasn't a massive risk in all fairness. What was the risk? So let's say a tick below there to a tick up. Well, I mean, realistically, it was a 1.75 risk. I should have sat there and waited, but this spooked me a bit. Like Max says, you know, and mind you, there's enough room to get out to the bottom. So it's one of those things, and it's some you get out, some you change your mind. But it looked really nice on the NQ, so there we go. a lot of these trades I do get out of go on to work. We'll mark that one. It's hard to say. I mean, there's the lows, isn't it, of the swing. But I don't know because of this. Sometimes he'll mark things that I didn't think he would, but so I was going to say a bit of a coward there, but no, the thought process, I think the sensible thing to do if you were just looking at this chart would be caution there because of this, but I do like taking into consideration the NQ, so that got me in the trade, but then because I don't have that sheet of paper in my shot that says taking a trade, look left and make sure you're not shorting, and ordinarily shorting into that type of thing would be risky. Having said that, we have got this channel down there with a clear break. We've got one leg up, two legs up, so two legs up and a lower high. I think that would work majority of the time. But the fact that it was looking good on the NQ, it's a clear downtrend on the NQ, was the reason I got into it. But then I just I got a bit scaredy poos, so I got out of it. Two ticks out well. So yeah, over the four accounts, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, maybe $126. So well, it all helps. Nice dodge of the trap lamps. I would have got caught. Are you about that one there? Yeah, perhaps that would have been a better reason not to take that because of this. But as we've had it's almost like a breakout the range, isn't it? As we broke out the top, and especially with the lower high, that one there, yeah. At the time, we weren't looking great on the NQ, but yeah, I think what I just mentioned about going short, that because it is only a small break, a lot of the times this first little break, it teases people in, stops them out, end up going up, taking them out, and ends up going in the same direction. It does that a lot. But on the occasion, I do still make mistakes like that. I did take a lower high a couple of weeks ago and I got trapped in it. Did exactly the same, went about 3 ticks up and then came down like a rocket, which it does sometimes. So sometimes that little bit of extra patience, you may get a bit of a setup. But yeah, I would consider that a slightly more risky trade. But it did work. And I think this helped it, the fact that once we got below here, this came down on the NQ. But I think if for some reason you think you might have made a mistake and you have doubts, I think it's always sensible just to get out, I think, but to try and get out without losing anything. Fortunately there, I ended up getting a little bit. So, channel break, new low, that's technically played out. So, we could reverse now. Now, what I'll say about the NQ is we got 3 lovely touches right at the bottom of this range. And then when we came down this time, we didn't quite get far enough, and same again. So, I would suggest this time, I would think we're likely to have a break of this on the NQ. Whether we will or not, I don't know, but because we've come away, a lot of the times we'll have a break. So let's see what happens here. 5 monochromes. If you're wrong, you can wait for a long time for it to come out. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's one thing I've never ever done. I hear traders talking about it. I was listening to that Tom Hoggard. He always adds to a good trade. So I'm assuming if you're in a trade and a short trade and it's coming down, and maybe you add a bit again here, maybe here once it comes off. I don't know. I've never really played that game, so I don't know too much about it. But it would make sense if we're in a strong uptrend or a strong downtrend and you're here. You may have your stop here, so you've made money, and then you enter again, maybe. I mean, we kind of do it at sometimes. We add an extra trade, don't we? So, and it all sort of ties up together. Let's see if we get a break here, or just a higher low, a lower high. I would suggest we get a break because we haven't quite got to the bottom of this channel here. So, I would say that red bearish bar there is probably going to get stopped out. Yeah, so okay, so we got a little channel with a break. Fact, there is a possibility. Mind you, we've got a touch. Even if we've got that, I'd say we've still got a break. Yeah, I actually prefer that. We've got a nice touch, and it's fitting nice at the bottom, so that looks like a break anyway. So we have got a small break, so a leg up break and a matching high. So if we can get a lower high from here, I'd suggest then that may come down. And what's likely to happen here? Okay, so let's see what happens now. So a leg break, matching high. Is this coming down, or are we going to go sideways? I think the lower high would be the better option there. I mean, you may not call that a break. You could probably, yeah, in fact, I'd probably say that maybe even isn't a break. Touch, close enough, still a touch. Yeah, I'd say that's probably okay. But because we've got this little micro channel, I'd still expect a break of it, and at least an attempt at a high. We made a matching high there, so it's hard to say. I mean, you can be finicky and say it may be a little break, but you can adjust it so it looks just as good. But now we've got a failure, so let's see what happens here. So we've been up once, we've been up twice. That's interesting. So so hard to judge that now. So if we didn't have a break, we certainly have now. So let's just put that back. So touch. Nice on the back side. So for me, that's a nice looking channel. That's a clear break. So we get a leg, and we're eventually going to work down. Let's have a look here. It's possible. I just don't like this big. Let's see what happens here. If we do work down here, that would be a break of this channel. 2 legs and slowly working down. So that's a possibility. So we got a channel, a break, 2 pushes up to a new high. Okay, so far that's held. I am expecting a new low from this if I've read it right. Okay, so that measured leg has played out. Leg and a leg. Are we now? I'd like to see us push through the EMA and then get some sort of a lower high. Let's get rid of that. So we've got a channel break, new low. Actually, do you know what? I would suggest that is a better looking channel. Touch, touch. Yeah, that's better for me. So that is a break, 2 legs up. If we can get a lower high below here, it's making sense on here. So I think that channel, I didn't like that one. It was a bit tight and a bit unusual. So this I think is better. So we've had a leg, a break, 2 pushes up to a new high, big bearish bar. So a lot of selling up here. So if we can push through the EMA and get a lower high, and we get the same on the NQ, then I'll have a go at that. So there may be some buyers stuck there. Possibly buyers. I'd like to see that trigger and come down. Let's see if this bar triggers. Okay, so that little bar's triggered there, so I'm looking for a lower high really. I mean, we might not get it. I need this to look really bearish.
Order submitted.
Come on.
Order filled.
Okay, I like that very much. Channel, 2 legs up, lower high. Really bearish bar on the NQ. I like that trade a lot. Did I sim trade? No, I didn't. That sim was just an evaluation, bud. It was just an evaluation, that was. And it passes tomorrow, so I just did 1 micro, that's all. Yeah, see, the NQ I like. We've got this nice channel down. We've got 2 perfect measured legs up and a big bearish lower high, so I really like that. If we get below there, there's probably going to be some stops there, so just going to give that one extra tick. Well, this is not looking too good. No, it's not. This is going to go against me, this is. Oh, that's not good. That's going to take me out for sure. I'm really surprised there.
Stop
yeah,
filled.
I really like that. I'm really surprised that did that. I liked it. We got a channel down there, perfect measured leg, lovely lower high. I'm really surprised that did that. Whether this is right, whether I got this wrong, I don't know. But I don't mind taking a loss if I like the signal bar, and I really like that. I thought that was an absolute corker, but there you go. Sometimes things don't work. Whether I misread that, I don't know. But we got a nice channel down here. We've got two legs. Push below the EMA. I don't know. I'm really surprised that didn't work. I really am. Nice signal bar. Finished on its low. There we go. So what did I lose there? Let's have a look. 36, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3.5 points. Is that about right? Yeah, 3.5 points. I gave it an extra tick. Maybe the 2 extra tick would have been better, but there we go. So it was a lower high, and minus 3.5 points, was it? Yeah. Minus 3.5 points. Okay. That surprised me, that did. That really did. And that with a perfect signal bar too. I know. So we got a touch there, fit in nice there. The only thing I could say is maybe I had that slightly wrong. Maybe like that we'd already made a new. It's certainly possible. But looking at that, we got a perfect touch, fit in nice on the back end. One of them things. Too close to all inventories for me to trust anything right now. I thought that was a perfect signal bar, to be honest with you, with the right context. I won't anything. Local support, but looked so nice. Yeah, it did. Uptrend was wider. Yeah, about here. Well, yeah, it's possible. But after the, I think another reason part that got me in is we had exactly the same there. We had a really nice bearish bar there, which triggered. So maybe. So channel break, possibly a failure. There is a higher low there, but that is a big ass risk. So we've got a leg up, 2 legs back. I actually don't mind it, but it's a massive bar, so I ain't getting involved in that. The trouble is, there's always a possibility 2 legs up. We haven't broken that high. Possible second entry short could still come down. See, we're making slightly lower highs after this channel, so this is looking, I don't know, I'm getting mixed feelings about this.
Order submitted.
There's a higher low there. There's going to be some stops there. There's a higher low there, stroke failure. Big bullish bar. It's come down and the stop's intact. We've made multiple attempts to come down. Once we get above this, I think it'll push up. Need to get above this here. I really like that fairly. It's a really solid bar and it's still slowly grinding up. Touch. Yeah, if I lose this, I'm packing him for the day. It is slowly grinding up. Got a leg up, 2 legs of correction, a nice fairly big strong bar off here. That's confirmed the channel. I really like it. Trouble is, it's going a bit sideways now. We need a good push on the NQ. We need to get above here on the NQ. We're pushing up, so that's probably, we need a decent push up. Come on, push up. Still struggling. I have a feeling this may come flushing down. I really like that, which is a damn shame. I really think it's worth putting that there. I know it's more risk, but sometimes these really strong bars hold. Oh, damn it, damn it, damn it. Sometimes when you get these really strong bull bars, their stops hold. I mean, it was an extra point risk. Oh, damn it, I've got a parcel here. Okay, excuse me a sec. I'm just going to have to leave this. Me thing's set. Nothing I can do. Excuse me a second. Okay, sorry about that. Possibly a second entry long channel break, second entry long. Let's see how we get on here. Sorry I had to sign for this thing, so... oh, dear. Beyond those two bull bars, I suppose, is the best protection I've got. Excuse me. If we get a lower high or a higher low here, then I'll put my stop below there. But this is, if I lose this, this is, I'm out of this now anyway. So 4, 5, 7, it'd be about 750 down on the bigger accounts. So I'll put those accounts down to about $1,300. What I will say is we've got a lower high here, which is triggered. If we can get above there and there, I think we'll be okay. But I don't know. I ain't holding much hope. Triple test. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, maybe. We need to get above that bull bar on the sort of bear bar on the NQ. If we can get above there, that lower high, that may trap out the shorts. We'll see. We need a good push on the NQ. Come on, up you get. Okay, we got above that lower high. Push, come on. Still out for break even anyway. Push, come on. Come on, get up there. Come on. Just going to give that one extra tick, give it a chance to trap that short. I'm still up for a tick anyway, so
Order filled.
Okay. That saved me a bit anyway. Oof. Well, that is nerve-wracking. Let's have a look. I didn't want that to come back and get me. I like it. We've had a break. So I mentioned this a couple of times. That's not a situation I like to be in. But sometimes these strong entry bars, we got a second entry long there and a failure. So if there's going to be stops, they're going to be below there. And when we had that other bull bar, that saved me neck there. But it was an extra point risk. Do you use any one strategy for trading? Yeah, max price action. So it was a tick below there. So it was an extra 1.25. But I see that all the time where you get a really good strong bar. I'm glad I got out there because it came back a bit and I wouldn't want to do that. So let's have a look. So I got into that and it's just too congested. It went a bit sideways. So what did I get out point wise? So 0.75 point. Okay. I use patch, yeah. That's the one I took there, the higher low. We got a channel up there. I think we've obviously had a break here somewhere, so I'm guessing it's probably something like that. It actually fits. So we've had a break and a lower high, and there's me got trapped there because we're obviously coming up. There's me thinking we're going down. I think it's fair to say we've already had a break in a new low, so this looks like it's coming up. Now, there was a second entry long there. I actually got trapped in that, and then we had a failure, which was a big bar, but I really liked it, and I hanged around and waited, and I got in here somewhere. But when it started to come back, I mean, it was risking an extra 1.25. But by doing that, it saved me a loss. Let me have a look. Where was I in? My stop would have been here, and I would have been there. So that saved me about 2.5 points, something like that. It's not something I like to do, in all fairness. I just don't like what's happening now. It's struggling to get up. So I'm glad I got out when I did, actually. So 0.75 point. Plus 3 ticks. Excuse me, just 1 second. There's an alarm going off somewhere. Okay. It's not been an ideal day today. Yeah, it just, when it was pushing up, it just seemed to be struggling to get up. I'm glad I got out when I did, and rather than held on. Sometimes if you've pushed your luck already, you're better off just to get out of the damn thing rather than try and hold on to make too much profit. going on here? Depends how you look at this, really. Leg. It does look like it's working up, but it's not doing it very comfortably. Yeah, I think that's... not sure about that. The way we're struggling to get up, it would make sense if we do come down. I just don't like how the hell we did it, because you can clearly see it's slowly working. Yeah, you're probably right, Indy. If I'd have lost that one, I'd have just shut the computer down and walked away. Ordinarily, yeah, I'd have got back in. I mean, it would have been, if I'd have lost that 4, 5, 6, it would have been about a 750 loss, which is a fair size loss. My two big accounts are around about the 2,100, or they were $2,100, so that would have set me back a bit. But you know, what can you do? You've just got to move on. So we got a channel up 2 legs, but I realised I got trapped to the short side there, so that made me reevaluate this. And then I'm thinking, yeah, we're working up. We were slowly grinding it. Almost looked like a 2-tiered channel. But is this now coming down? It depends whether you think this is right or not. It's so hard to say. Sometimes when we get the break of these channels, they take ages to eventually move down. I mean, this is pretty bearish, isn't it? We got a leg up and maybe another leg up, and now we're coming down. It's just struggling to move up, but it comes down pretty freely. So we got 2 legs back. So there's the second entry long. I add that as I actually got trapped. It's not often I get trapped nowadays, I must say. But it was the lower high I took. I didn't see that at the time. I had that more of a channel like this. I was expecting it to come down, which is why I took that. But, you know, sometimes it just beats around the bush before it eventually comes down. It's frustrating sometimes. I mean, whether it's just me or not, but our strategy, these setups just seem to get harder and harder. There just seem to be so few of them. I mean, that did what it was supposed to. Channel break, new high. It clearly made a new high. I got in there. Now, I got in here somewhere, but obviously it went up, then came down and would have took me out. But I put I moved my stop, which I don't like doing, an extra 4 points, 4 or 5 ticks below there, because I thought that is probably going to be the strongest one there, and it saved my arse and went up, and I got 8 for 3 ticks. So I was really lucky there. So we got a channel down, 1 attempt to go higher, 2nd attempt to go higher, failure. So I'd say now this is likely to break these lows and here as well. So if we can get a couple of legs back before we come down, which we don't seem to anymore, it just seems to move on down. But it is hard to get some setups at the moment. Excuse me a sec. Excuse me, just for a minute or two. Okay, right. We need another leg up. So, first entry. So I think really this is just a bit of an odd looking correction. Let's have a look. Maybe something like that. It's a bit early to tell really. There is some support there, which I like. Okay, now we did another attempt. We're too far from the MA. The dog thinks exit now with a small loss. Okay. Got a double top there. We did have. Let's have a look. I'd like to see that bull bar trigger. That would give us a second entry short if this comes down. We're at the MA now. Or is this just a failed break out of a range? So hard to say. Well, that's tempting.
Order submitted.
I'd like to see a lower high here. This is making me a bit nervous. There is a possibility that this is a range and this is a failed breakout, and if it triggers there, it may push up. So if I take a trade here, it's going to have to be a lower high. I ain't getting involved in that. We've got a channel down break, making 1, 2, 3 attempts, push strong through the EMA, pull back. I just don't know at the moment.
Order cancelled.
Okay, I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll just be about 1 minute. Okay. Not the easiest day, I got to say. I think this is quite probably a range, I think. See, that trade I took there is very similar to that one yesterday that a lot of people took. So there, well, we had that move up. We had 2 legs back. and then a bullish bar on a higher low. Obviously, it was a slightly bigger scale. We had a leg up, we had 2 legs down, a bullish bar, a push up, pull back bullish bar on a higher low. I mean, that could have just gone up, and there could have been a but it's a little bit congested, and then it started to just go sideways. So yeah, traders just didn't want it to go up. It's hard going today. Top Step X today. You can only select 1000 tick chart when you to move 1 minute time shot. Strange. It's hard to read today. This is just a mess. We got a channel down with a break. Are we coming down for another leg? I got no idea. I've got the 2000 tick chart on the NQ for some reason. I usually have the 1500. Strange. Does this make things any different? So, got this leg down. One attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I misjudged that one with the channel. I never had the channel. Or did I have it like this? I may have had it like that. We've got a leg break, new high. What I liked about it is we had a triple top, then a strong push down, and then a lower high. I thought that was actually golden at the time because of this, but sometimes it's just misjudge them. But when you put it like that, yeah, it's hard to say whether you think this has had a break or not. It actually looks nice like that. Visually looks nice, but sometimes you just don't know when it's choppy like this. Another reason I liked it as well is we had a perfect measured leg, push below the EMA, and then that bearish bar. But what I will say, and I noticed this before, somebody mentioned this a couple of times, it's always better to have this bar open at the bottom, pull up, and then close on its lows. It just crossed over from the bull bar there, pushed up, and then came down. So it's much better when it pushes up and then gets rejected. That didn't really. It just pushed up and then dropped, which is why that may have been a tougher call, because it triggered, went sideways, and eventually, well, it got stopped out pretty quick, but it's a bit hard, this, and a bit unclear. It's a bit choppy, so the safest thing to do would be to stay out of it, really. That's a shame there. I think although there was a bit congested, that was the better of the bunch. I got the lowest lowest amount of profit on that. So channel break, new high, big bearish bar. Just not interested in that. I just don't know what's going on at the moment. It's 12 ticks, tick above, tick below. I'm not risking 3.5 points on this at the moment. It's clearly just bouncing side to side. I wouldn't be surprised if it triggers it and pushes up. NQ's not giving us nothing. NQ's just really choppy. What I'm seeing here is a leg down, one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher, push straight through the EMA as a failure. Very much like a sort of a penguin style trade. There's a lower high there, so channel break, new high, possible lower high. Constantly finding this support along here. There's a load of it there. It's earlier on. It's the first time we got above it, and then we pushed strongly below it. So we're really struggling to get above there. That's interesting. So we got a leg down, 1, 2, 3 attempts to go higher. And every time we failed, are we going to come down and break these lows? Okay, channel break. 2 pushes up to a new high. Okay. So you could call that a triple test. I
Order
actually like
filled.
this. There's a lower high there. We've tried 1, 2, 3 attempts to go up. One, two, three, triple test, bearish bar. We struggled multiple times. There's a triple test there, followed by a lower high on the NQ. Relatively small risk, 2-point risk. I think it's worth it. If we come down below there, we should have a strong push down. So I actually like this. Come on. I'm going to get out here.
Order filled.
Leg up. One attempt to go lower. It's probably going to work. This is probably going to drop. But I'd rather just get out for a bit. We've got a channel down. 1, 2, 3 attempts to go lower high. We haven't hit the lows, so it's just so choppy. It's just concerning me. But I like the way we've pushed down to the EMA, so I've just got out there for, what did I get there? A point. If it gets below there, it'll gush down a bit more. But I just don't want to take massive risks when it's like this. I like that. We've gone up once, twice, three, triple test. But it's that choppy, it could just do you in, so I don't mind scalping for a quick point. I just don't want to risk a lot. So let's call that a triple test for 1 point. Probably going to come gushing down. Triple test plus 1 point. I just ain't taking risks at the moment. I'd rather just get in and out. Now, as a rule, I don't usually pick tops, but every time it's got up here, it's pushed down. And I like the way we've had a break and 2 pushes up to it. It has made another attempt. Just got back. Did you get another? I took that one there just for a quick point. If it gets below here, it'll drop down. I mean, the thing is, we've had this a lot of mess, but we've had this sharp channel down. We've had a break of it. We've made 1, 2, 3 attempts. We're clearly failing, followed by a lower high. So I'd say this is going to come down like a stone. And this probably is as well. But, you know, sometimes when you just think, just get in and get out when it's choppy like this, rather than sit and risk losing more. So a lot of messing around today, I've got to say. Is that a point or a point and a quarter? I think it was a point, wasn't it? Point, yeah. Yeah, once we get below there, I just think it's going to nosedive. Yeah, it's coming down now. I could have held on, but there's nothing worse than having another loss after. So far did it come down? So, yeah, I mean, look at that. Beautiful. You'd have got 4.5 points out of that, and I don't think it's over yet. higher low off the bottom. So if we get below there, it may come down some more. See, it does look like we're going to make some new lows here. Whether we get a pullback first or not, I don't know. I mean, you could say we've been up here sort of once. After this, we had a break once, twice, 3 times, I don't know. And it is frustrating when you get out for a point and it does that. That would have been lovely. And it ain't over yet. If it gets below there, we'll push straight down here, I think. Look at that. Wouldn't that be nice? 6 points would have been lovely. I know. Good luck to you all. Yeah, you take it easy, Indy. Well, that would have been an absolute corker, that would have been. Once it gets below there, they'll definitely be after this. Oh, that's frustrating when you just take a point. The trouble is, it's been that choppy, I just don't want to risk anymore. So that's triggered, so it'd be interesting to see that get stopped out now. If it does, it'll take us below here. Find success in triple test after short-term break. High, the one you took. I seem to lose on the ones that I don't have a short-term trend break. Yeah. Well, it depends how you look at that. You got our little channel there going up with a break. 1, 2 pushes up to a new low. There wasn't a bearish bar there anyway. And then we went across, had another push up and the drop below there. I think whenever we tend to break above here and come back down, they tend to work. That one worked, that one worked, that one worked. But it's nice to push above it and then come down there. You probably wouldn't have taken that one anyway, but for the one you did, yeah. A lot of the time when it does this, if you can get a decent entry, it will come right back here. But at the time, because it's been a funny morning, I've been trapped, and I don't often get trapped. But I got trapped up line and sinker there. I went short there and it triggered me and came up, stopped me out. I'd had that obviously wrong. Now, there is a possibility we got a channel down and we make 1, 2, 3 attempts and eventually it will work its way down. You know, sometimes going back a couple of years when we had a break, we pushed straight down. So have we there? I'd say possibly, but if you look on the NQ, perfect, 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 perfect. And look how it's finished on the back. That to me is a beautiful trend. We've got 2 legs up and a lower high. Why wouldn't you take that? The only thing I'd say you may not take that is because you're going into support. But after a perfect measured leg and a really beautiful bearish lower high, which is maybe trapping any longs here, it looks like a beautiful trade. It looks even better on the NQ than it does here. And it was a perfect leg, but I didn't look at the channel. I think I had a smaller channel drawn at the time, which was something like that. But I mean, regardless of that, it was a measured leg, big bearish bar, followed by another bearish bar. But I know sometimes you misjudge it. Why didn't that not work? Probably there is a bit of a channel. But what's more important, the bigger channel or that? I don't really know. I actually thought it was a nice channel and a trend. And I always tend to look on the NQ as well. And it looked even better on the NQ. Short-term trend channel break. 2 pushes up to a new high. Strong push down. But who knows? So maybe that is the channel. Eventually will work down. Sometimes, you know, if it's a choppy day, we don't know whether we're going up or not. Sometimes it will do that, and it'll you know, beat around the bush completely before it eventually gets where we want it to. I thought that was another nice one as well. I mean, technically, I was waiting for it to go a bit higher, but channel, nice correction, 2 legs back, nice failure, which is why I decided to put my stop on that failure, because I thought the failure was a better entry than that. Now, I was risking an extra 1.25, but it saved me quite a loss there. So under the circumstances, that was the better entry, the failure, not the higher low. Higher low, we were too close to these highs. But channel up, 2 legs back, nice bullish bar, that worked. But I didn't take that because I got trapped at the time. So, and it's not often I do get trapped. I'm usually quite aware of those, but you know, every day is a school day. Okay, 2 attempts to go higher and then down again, possibly. So we've had a push down, 1 attempt to go higher. I want the same here really, to eventually come down and break the new low. We've had a leg, we've got a distance, we've had a push down, pull back to the EMA. So second entry short here, and the same there. I go for a couple of points there. I'd ideally like that to break above there by a tick. It has good. And the same on the other one really. So maybe after that channel down, we've had a correction, a leg down. So that's what I was looking at. We made 3 clear attempts at a lower high. It made sense that was coming down, which is why I took that one. And it did what it was supposed to, and some. That bullish bar now was triggered, so a possible second entry short. It does look like we're working down.
Order submitted.
Leg down, second entry short, 1 attempt, second attempt.
Order cancelled.
So, where's the low of the day? Down there. Okay, we're below this now, unfortunately. Not a fan of that bar. I mean, that was the bar really, but it was naff. Second entry short, that wouldn't have been terrible. Let's have a look. Finally got one on the NQ. We need to break below there really. There we go. Okay, I'd expect that now to come down to this low. See if there's a lower high there. Trouble is we're very close to the lows. No, I'm just gonna have to sit tight at the minute. It's just a bit choppy. There is a failure there. Trouble is price is coming down on here. Okay, here it comes. There we go. Okay, so channel down. It looks like a correction of sorts, and a leg down to a new low. So it did what it was supposed to. Bloody slowly. Are we going to get the same on here? Trouble is, we've already hit the new low on here, so this doesn't look like it's in much of a rush. It's a shame about that, really. Leg down, two legs up. If that was a bit bearish, I'd have taken that because it's a small bar, and it clearly would have got out for the lows. Let's have a look. So a tick below it. Yeah, you'd have got that at a 0.5 risk. Tick below. I think that would have been worth. Sorry, that one there. In fact, that was even smaller, wasn't it? 0.25. Well, that would have been worth it. May have even been worth it taken as that. We've clearly got two legs up and we've triggered those longs. My feelings were after this triple test lower high, we came back, made two more attempts, triggered above that bullish bar with a bearish bar, and eventually came down right to that measured leg. So that, if that was a bearish bar, that wouldn't have been a bad run just down to the bottom. An easy 2 points for a 1.25 risk. Isn't often you get a 1.25 risk. Excuse me. So that's what I mean. Sometimes when they have these channels, we have a break. It dances around the bloody world before it eventually decides to come down and make a new low. We had two legs up, a real loaded chop. We had a push above this, came down, made 1, 2, 3 attempts, and from then on, that lower high was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak. That's why I decided to get in there. I just wish I'd have had the balls to hold. There we go. Slow. Yeah, it is slow. It's not the easiest of days today, in all fairness. Okay, so that has played out now. So we've got a leg and a leg. Bounce off here, which I'm not taking. High low might not be terrible, but we haven't broken the lows here. So whether we've already had a break of that channel, it's certainly possible a break. lower high and a push down to a new low. So we've made two attempts to go lower. So hard day today. Very choppy, very tight. Everything's really tight and choppy. There's a higher low there, which is interesting. Possibly forming. Perfect measured leg. So channel's played out. Let me just check that there's nothing larger there. Possible, but it's a bit too early that. So we got this channel, a break, and eventually 1-2 pushes down to a new low. So leg down, 2 legs back, leg down. It's a shame that. If that was just a little bit more bearish, I'd have had a go at that. I didn't realise it was as small as it was. 1.25 with a tick above, tick below. It's about as small risk as you'll see, really. Possibly a higher low there. We've got a higher low there. I'd say there's a good chance that's going to get back to the EMA.
Order submitted.
It's not as good as I'd like.
Order cancelled.
Possible second entry, sure, I'm not getting involved there. I'm not convinced it is an overshoot. Touch. Sorry if you can hear the printer in the background. I think somebody in the house is deciding to print something. News is in about an hour and a quarter. I think we probably finish before then. I got a red day on your eval, but I am at least green on your top step funding. Good on you, mate. Not using copper, just 1 account at a time. Hard day today. So luckily for that comeback, it's just a damn shame I didn't sit in that, because that would have been an absolute beauty. Even if I'd have let this come down, let that push, and then put me stop there, and just follow the bars down. I often think about doing that. If I'd have followed those bars, down, I'd have probably got stopped out around about there. In fact, when we got to the bottom, I'd have likely got out anyway. I'd have probably had my stop around about here and just followed each bar down. But I mean, look at that. That'd be nice. Over 6 points. Especially when it's doing this, we come from the top, we come to the bottom, we come from the top. So this is what I think, really, as long as the circumstances are right, this is a good place to sort of try and capitalise, your profits and try and make a bit extra, just to, bit extra. I think we come down before the news. Yeah, that news is the bond auction. I'm not 100% sure. I'm sure. Did somebody say that it was setting the interest rates for the Treasury bonds? I wouldn't swear to it. So let's have a look at this. So we got a leg and a leg. Looks like a little channel, but we've had that short-term trend channel down to a new low, and we've had 2 legs back to the EMA. So where are we going now? Now we've made that new low. That measured move's played out. In fact, I'm not even bothered about that. I mean, that is as good as a triple test, isn't it? We got a triple test followed by a lower high, which is why I decided to take that, because if that isn't a good indicator after the triple test we're coming down, I don't know what is. And it came straight down, broke the lows of that by a tick or two, and then we had a couple of legs back, and then we came down for another leg to make that measured move. So that, I think, for a trade on the NQ, you can't take anything there really, even though there's a triple test. But the lower high, I think, was the one to take. And we had a little bit of sideways, and then bum bum bum, 3 big bars straight down. So are we now pushing to the top, or are we expecting that to continue down? Let me just put that there again. I don't think it is a channel down. I'll put it there just in case. Busy day today, way more trades than I take. Shame I didn't LOL there. That was a shame. Absolute skin of me teeth there, I think. That was an okay trade to take, and that was these two. Well, I didn't think that was that bad. That one, I don't know. It just went sideways. It's just a bit choppy today, so I think I just took a trade that I shouldn't have done, really. It's a bit too choppy there. I'd like to see a bearish bar here. Trigger. Second entry short. Trigger below it and give us a failure back up to the tops. We've broke that low of the day, so technically that is played out. We've got a channel breaking a new low. The only one that hasn't played out is this, but maybe we have a little bit. So I think we're either pushing up or up to this level. I'd like to see a bearish bar trigger there. So I did look at a higher low there, but decided to stay out of it just in case. But it did work nicely. It's just a bit choppy. So NQ channel break new high. Are we going to continue this, or is that done and dusted now? So maybe we're going to have a leg, a bit of a correction, and another leg. It's always possible. We're going to continue down. It doesn't seem like it's rushing to get up. That's a certain possibility. You know, quite a strong move down, then a bit of a correction, and then a leg. Triple test, followed by two more legs. I like the way that's held so far, so if the next couple of bars can do it, then we may come down again. So that news is in about an hour, so I want to be done before then. Okay, another encouraging looking bar on the NQ. Very encouraging, that. So, one attempt to go higher. Second, maybe we get a triple test here. Now a lower high would be nice. Preferably below the EMA. Sideways. Yeah. what I'm liking about this is we got a touch, a touch, a touch, a touch. So far, 1, 2. We're clearly finding strong support there. So if that does continue to push down, it'll do it for so long and then drop. Obviously no guarantees, but if it does keep holding, then eventually it'll come down. But it looks like it's triggered out and it's pushing up now. So that has played out. It's definitely struggling. We'll see. Right, so we've got a break of this channel. Let's see if we can get below that EMA and start to work down. Thomas, how you doing? We're in an overall downtrend. Yeah, it does slowly seem that way. It's not as clear here, is it? Kind of works, but it's not steep enough for me. The trouble is, the less steep they are, the less reliable they are. It certainly seems more that way. See, I put that line up there initially just to see if we'd struggle, and we clearly have 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Now we could just make a pull back and push up, but if we can manage to struggle there, then maybe we've got this big leg down initially, then a correction, and then another leg down. But it's early days yet. It could just turn. There we go. See, we may have a channel. It may just get back to the main and rock it up. I mean, this might not be here. It might just be that the fact that there's some some support along there. So if this triggers and then comes down below there, then I'd say we're coming down. So we got a big bullish bar off the EMA on the NQ there, and one on the ES. But I just don't know. Clearly finding we're struggling. We seem to be struggling to get up, but the market will happily come down quite quick. So toss a coin whether this is going to go up or down. Yeah, I bet so. Not taking anything today, yeah. What I should have done is, I don't think that was a bad trade. We had a little bit of sideways. We had a pop out the top, followed by a lower high. Now I got out for a couple of ticks there because of the support there, but I kind of liked it after I looked at it a bit more. It did what it was supposed to, but I lost my bottle because of this support. But that would have made a nice couple of points, 2.5 points, and then I probably wouldn't have got in again. When I'm in once and I get in, I tend to be very particular there. I thought that was an absolute beauty, though, in all fairness. I had my channel drawn slightly different. I thought, leg up, and then a lower high, and it looked even better on the NQ, but it stung me there. And I thought I'd been trapped to the short side, so perhaps we have made a break and a new low. So I thought, and when I saw this starting to work up, I jumped in here. I mean, we got a leg up, 2 legs of correction, actually a second entry long, and a nice failure with a strong bullish bar. I thought that was going to tank off. I came in there with a limit order a little bit later. But sometimes when we have this break and a new low, that's how it happens. We get a push up, we get 2 legs back, a higher low, and then off we drop. But it seems to struggle today on the Apex 3-day pass. You need profitable 3 days pass. I believe you do, mate. Yes, because I heard people saying Monday, I think, was the last day to do it. They shouldn't sell it as a 3-day pass today. I wouldn't swear to it, mate. Why would you sell it today as a 3-day pass? I think if you buy it when they're advertising a 3-day pass, then it should stand. Let me just see. Let me have a look a minute. Let me just have a look. See what's coming up on the Apex website. Yeah, I mean, it's advertised as 71% off and 3 days to pass. You've got 4 hours left. So why would they say you've got 4 hours to do it? You can't possibly pass in 4 hours. But I think if you sign up today, it stands. So that would make sense. They wouldn't advertise that way otherwise. So I would say, yeah, that would make sense to me. You can't advertise 3 days to pass and only have 4 hours left. So yeah, that would make sense to me. So I would suggest if you buy an evaluation today and you pass it in 3 days, it isn't like him. Exactly. Why advertise it when you've only got 4 hours left? So yeah, that would make sense. It'd be interesting to see what offer we have next. It tends to flip between 71 and 80% now, and occasionally 90. So you think the natural progression would be, would be 80%. God, it's such a horrible day today. Very choppy today. I bet there's some people got stung. I bet there's some people or some traders that took that. I bet you. So 1, 2, 3 possible triple test. Big bearish bar here. If that drops down below all this lot, then I'd say we're coming down. Now, can I adjust that so it fits kind of or not? Probably. Would I take it? No, not currently. If it does smash below there, then yeah, I'd say it's going south. 1, 2, 3 triple test. Big bearish bar. Looks okay, but it's congested. So it could sting you and then go at the top. I'd want this to go below there before I decided to take something like that. What is it, 10 ticks? Yeah, it's just too choppy going right on that midline. I mean, that big bearish bar on here is interesting, but it's a bit risky. I mean, if we can get below that bullish bar there, then I'd say this is coming down, so that would probably work. Yeah, we've got a channel, a break, and a new high. Bearish bar. It's almost an engulfing bar. I like this, but until we get below there, it doesn't interest me because we could have a break. We could have 1-2 attempts to go lower and then a push up. So until I see this push below there and give us a lower high, I won't even consider taking a trade on here. We're not far off. You could say that's a triple test, really. 1, 2, 3. It's possible, but it is a little bit risky. I'd take it on a valuation, but not on a PA. Yeah, so if you would have taken that one, it looks like that may get stopped out. I'd be amazed if it doesn't, actually. Simple answer is it's congested and you're shorting right into that midline. There is some resistance along there. Support, whatever you want to call it. It's just not worth it. This market's full of traps today. Looks like it's going to push up above that bar. Yeah, that's it. It's just not worth it. Kind of looks like a bull flag anyway. Push up, sideways, push up. So is this the fact that it's going to take you out for a tick and then come down? Starting to look like it's flipping frustrating. So that you could call a triple test, but the trouble is we've got exactly the same problem here. It's just sideways. How's young Moo Moo done today? Let's have a look. I was quite impressed with his patience yesterday. He went through the whole day without a trade. I don't know if I've ever seen him do that. I think he's took that bar as well. He's took the failure as well. He's going to get stung, unfortunately. Or is he? His bar is below that failure. If he has the sense when it comes back to go up and get out of here, he'll be okay. Let's have a look. No, he's out. Where did he put that? Oh, frustratingly, he put his stop there. I don't know why he did that. He put his stop right on the bar. He put his stop there. If he'd have given himself an extra couple of ticks, he may have got up and got out again, which is a shame. A second. Oh, no, yeah. Yeah, that's a shame. He had his stop there. If he'd have put it there, because that's the bar he took. So look, yeah, that was a signal bar he got in here on a limit order. If he'd have put his stop there, he'd have been okay. I moved mine there because it was a failure, and I figured after that one, the stops, there'd be more stops there. There'd be more traders taking that 2 legs back, and a failure with a strong bull bar. Unfortunately, I was right. We came back here, bounced twice, and pushed up, and I managed to get out for 3 ticks. This is not my best day today by far. It's just I shouldn't have been getting into a lot of this. Hello, mate. Hope you're well. It has been a while since I've been able to watch. Back to work, take care of kids. Yeah, I know what that means. That's like I've only been swing trading. How's your trading journey been? Not too bad. Not too bad. I've still had my ups and downs, but I seem to be on a slow bank or hill upwards. So not too bad. It's not my finest hour this today. That I think was a good trade, but because of that, I ended up bottling it, and that would have worked nicely. That one at the time, I had a channel. In fact, I had my downtrend like this at the time, which I think fitted okay, actually. So we'd had a break, 2 perfect measured legs up, followed by a strong lower high, and I took that one, stopped me out. But it'd be interesting to find out who else took that. But I think that was an okay trade there, and that was as well. Unfortunately, because of that loss, I didn't have the confidence to sit in there. I could have got 6 points out of that potentially, but are you following the drama with Kate Middleton? Yeah, a little bit, yeah. It's a bit, I don't know, it's the press in this country and all that sort of stuff. But I think what happened is they put that. I think the press pulled the picture because they noticed there'd been some sort of manipulation of the picture, and it just turned out it was her. I mean, at the end of the day, who doesn't? How many times do we take selfies and brighten it? Brighten the selfie and maybe, make your face a bit sharper and stuff. Everyone does it. But it's just, it's gone a bit daft, isn't it, really? The market's brutal, yeah, it is today. I should have known better today. In fact, up until here, I was doing okay. That was an okay trade. We had a little bit of congestion there, a quick breakout, followed by rejection and a lower high. Now, excuse me. I've just got myself a new monitor on my right side. I normally have a laminated piece of paper saying, taking a trade, look left. And if I'd have looked left, I'd have seen all that. Although it looked beautiful on the NQ as well. So I decided to get out for a couple of ticks. But I think the trade was good anyway, and it did work. That was okay. Now, depending on how you have that, we had a downtrend. It seemed to look even nicer. on the NQ. It fitted even nicer. We had exactly the same thing, a perfect measured leg and a push down followed by a lower high. You would have thought that I've had to bin some stops there, people buying second entry long, and I thought that was an absolute winner. I thought I was going to come careening down. So it was a beautiful lower high on the NQ, and that channel fitted beautifully. And I took that, and it triggered me, stopped me out. So it's just, did you get in Bitcoin? I remember talking about it. I've had Bitcoin in the past. I had about £1,500 of it when it was about, I don't know, $50,000 or something. But no, I didn't. I have got some other stuff which are doing okay. I am frustrated because I had 40 Solana about 6 months ago, which I bought around about the $18 each. And that's been floating around. But the trouble is, you just never know. But I've got some others. I've got some H-bar, which is doing okay. That's up about 200% odd. I've got some Cardano, some Gala, which is doing okay. I bought some Shiranu Eno. I got sucked into the hype last year. And I lost, well, I only put about £400 into it, and it went down to about $10. But that's been up about 150% over the last week. So I'm hoping that eventually gives me money back. You did it too. 100 or so Solana, yeah. It's frustrating. I mean, Solana, there was something happened with Solana, didn't it? Someone it was involved in, was it an exchange went down and it dropped down to $8? I've always liked Solana. But yeah, I mean, you never know. But it's $150 now. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. What was it, 260 in the last bull run? I wouldn't be surprised if that gets well above 300. Yeah. The trouble is, in hindsight, we'd do all right. But you just never quite know what these things are going to do. But I should have trusted the fact that I've always liked Solana. But I'm relying on, or I'm hoping that H-bar Hedera does well. I've got, how much of that have I got? I think I put about, not much. I put about £300 in. It's worth about, last I looked, about 580. So I'm hoping that goes up. I've read a lot about that. It looks good. But yeah, the trouble is you just never know, do you? I haven't got a massive amount of spare cash that I can happily sit away. Certainly not at the moment. I'm just looking at Moomoo's second trade now. Where did he get in? He took a higher low after... was it? I'm trying to think. Okay, we're down here. We've had the break new low. We've had this push up. Oh, right. It's that trade. Yeah, it's that trade he's took. Yeah, sorry. My mistake. Yeah, so he's down 525 per account. On his evaluations in 262, at least he's had the good sense to reduce to one contract. $250, $260 loss on a PA is doable. Once you start getting into the 600s and 700s, it starts to mess with your brain. It's a horrible day today, to be fair. I swear by that one. I thought that was an absolute beauty. Now, I admit that I may have got that wrong. That channel, that looks okay. But another reason I got in, because look at the NQ. We've got a few touches there. Perfect touch, perfect touch. And look how nice it's fitting there. And we had a push up with two legs and a new high. So we had a break of that channel, two pushes up to 9. A perfect measured leg followed by rejection. You could see there was support along here, followed by rejection straight below the EMA. And then when we got the lower high, I thought that was an absolute beauty. I really did. Two perfect legs, a nice break. And I thought that was coming down and quick, and it looked exactly the same on their leg and a leg. But who knows? Who knows? I get the fact that that might be a channel, but not on the NQ. We got a nice tight trend, a break, and 2 pushes up to a new high, and then it quickly sold off. But, you know, a lot of the time nowadays I've noticed it will mess around for an hour before it eventually moves down and makes a new low. I don't know why it does it, but, you know, a lot of times going back a couple of years ago, we'd have a break, we'd come straight down, make a new low, but it doesn't always happen now. So I don't know why all this is a bit of chop. Once it started doing this, it's, you know, what I should have done really is stayed out. Having said that, that one I shouldn't have taken. It's just congested there really, although I did like the setup. But after that one, I probably jumped into there a little bit earlier than I should have done because I thought that one was that nice. Unfortunately, if I'd have taken that for the full amount, I'd have been break even now, which is doable, but it is a pain in the arse today. It's a shame about Momo. He's a nice lad, actually. I'm not seeing anybody know how Wilson's getting on. He's not put a video up for the last couple of days. I don't know whether that's a good sign or not. I don't really look at Panda anymore. I just don't understand how he trades. I can't even look at him and see any type of a trading strategy that he's using. He seems to have slipped into doing his own thing, and I don't quite get it. Which is a shame, because if you look back on his older videos, he had lots of winners. But I think he veered away from Mac, didn't he, to Al Brooks a bit, and then he seems to be doing something a little bit in the middle. My trader buddy, Marlon, seems to be doing okay. He's trading with Footprint now. Let me have a look. I've noticed the last few days he's had some good winners. Pandra's been taking some credit. Yeah, I don't quite understand how he trades, but this is my buddy Marlon. He's gone from trading Pats, but he seems to have some success with this order flow. And okay, we've got him on here now, so let's see. I hope he's done well. I hope he hasn't lost this one. But he's using these Renko bars, and what they do, I believe, is they just average the move out so it doesn't look as messy. And the last few days he's taken trades. He's done okay. So the one time I've got his screen on here, I hope he wins these. But yeah, these Renko bars, what they do, they average a move out, so it just looks so much cleaner. There's another type of bar that does that. I can't remember what it is now. But it just makes things, I mean, it looks so much cleaner, doesn't it? And a bit easier to understand. And he uses that with this Footprint. A lot of traders I've come across swear by this. Yeah, so another winner there. So he had 2 winners yesterday, 2 winners the day before. So I have subscribed to this, and I'm going to learn how to do it, because a lot of traders that move on to this swear by it. Now, it doesn't mean I'm going to change my strategy. I'm still going to have exactly the same strategy, but if it helps me possibly keep in a trade for longer and maximize my points. But this stuff comes from Gominator, is it? Gomicator or something. It's about $35 a month. So I've paid for a month. That's why I've got this other screen coming, and I'm just going to see if I can learn to read it. And then I think it'll help me, then, you know, I'll have it on my chart. But I don't want to change my strategy. What I'd like to do is just maximize profit sometimes when we have these big moves. If this helps me do it somehow, then happy days. So let's see if he wins this next one. So he did 2 yesterday, 2 today. Okay, so 2 quick trades there, which he's won. 2 trades yesterday, 3 the day before. So he's doing all right, Marlon is. He's a nice guy, Marlon. I've chatted to him on and off, well, probably the best part of 2.5 years, I think. As I have with a lot of you guys. So what am I doing here? Am I shorting this top? No, I'm just staying out of this. Is it going to go down? Probably. But it's just... I've got to say, this is messy today, all this stuff. I would suggest that we've had 2 legs down to a new low. And now it looks like we are maybe pushing higher. Panda's taking some. Yeah, I don't understand what he does. Now, if you look back on his older videos, he was having 4 green days out of 5 a week. Now it's the other way around. So whether he's just slipped into some bad habits, I don't know. But I don't like to see anybody struggle and not do well, especially when they've been able to do it before. But I don't know whether you slip out of a certain way of trading and you fall into bad habits. A trader said to me once, find a strategy that works and stick with it. What a lot of people do is when they struggle with it, they move on to another one and another one and another one. And you never sort of truly sort of master a technique. It's okay to find better ways of helping you make better decisions. But absolute change in the strategy, as into it, I think is okay once you start to see a certain pattern. Now, there is a lower high there, and that looks like the type of thing that will push down. But at the moment, I just don't know what's going on here. But that looks like it's moving into a tight channel there, so I would suggest that would probably work. We did the same here, but at the moment, what's going on here? On the NQ, we've had a break of this channel with 2 pushes down to a new low, so we, chances are we could try and reverse here. And that's quite a big ass bar there. Mind you, this looks like it's coming down. Very tempting that, I gotta say, but it's a bit big. No, I can't. Oh, it's so tempting, that is. It's so tempting. Trouble is, it's shorting into that. Oh, I don't like it. Something tells me it's a little bit risky. See, I'm down on my bigger accounts. I'm down $150 and $155, $160 and about $78 on my smaller accounts. So my next trade needs to be a good one. That does seem to be a nice looking channel, but that bar's a little bit bigger than I wanted to take. This is not too bad. This is quite a standard looking range. If you bought from the bottom there or bought from the bottom there, it worked. If you sold there or you sold there, one of these tops or there, it works. So it's a pretty standard fitting channel. But this is just whipping all over the place. I don't like this at all. And that's what's making me nervous about taking trades on here. So what I don't want to do is do anything stupid. I can feel myself urging to take a trade. I nearly did there. I went for it, but I backed off. I thought, no, just sit tight, wait for something more obvious. Don't take riskier trades. So I am able to control my emotions much better than I could. Granted, after that, I got in there, but I liked the bar so much. 2 legs back and a nice failure. I thought that was going to rocket up. And that channel, that's why I took that. Now, I did jump in a bit quicker than I normally would there, but I thought I've been trapped short here and we're going long. And it did up to these tops, but not quite as high as I was. Ordinarily, if you're going to take a long year, you want to be out before the tops. And if you had done, you'd have been okay. But I was expecting it to continue high, so I held on. I just loaded up on some SHIB. I think SHIB's okay, actually. I bought SHIB at 000800, about a quarter of it before when it sort of first came out, and it went up 400%, and I sold it. I had 100,000 SHIB at one point, which I think I paid $600 for, and it went up about 4 times. And I took it out, and it went up a bit higher, actually. It went up quite a bit higher. But that's down at about 300 or something like that. But I think SHIB went up to $60 billion around the top of the last bull run. So I'd expect SHIB to at least quadruple, at least. But I do hear some, bigger sort of people talking about SHIB. So I wouldn't think that would be a bad investment. I want to stick a few £100 here and make, sell it at 1,000. I'd certainly expect that to happen. So we've come off the top. Are we going to get a break? Something like that. Leg up, bearish bar down to the bottom. We're going sideways here with a slight downward feel. Let me have a look at this. Yeah, maybe there is something like that. I'm not a fan of that. Let's have a look. Leg down, maybe a correction. Leg at a leg, back up. Struggling to get up now, seems to be dropping. Leg up, break, 2 pushes up to a new high, push below the EMA, a little bit of a pullback. If we can get 2 legs up here, I mean, that's technically a failure. Until the news in 20, is it 20 minutes, is it? Until this bond auction, isn't it? I'd like to see that bullish bar trigger there. I mean, if this breaks below this bar here and we've got a small bar there, a few ticks, 4 or 5 ticks, might not be a bad risk, that. Just to the bottom. Okay, that bar's triggered. Let's see if it comes down now. So a fell break out the top, a lot of times that pushes straight through, doesn't it? Using RSI helps a lot, confirming strengths of trend. Stosh. RSI relative strength in Stosh. RSI. Relative strength indicator, isn't it? Is that like to do with volume or something? I'm tempted to buy some SHIB myself, actually. I mean, Bitcoin, what's Bitcoin? 73,000, that's unbelievable. I wouldn't be shocked at all if Bitcoin breaks 100,000 and some, especially with these ETFs. So Bitcoin is just under $73,000 at the moment. It's hard to believe that was $15,000 about 6 months ago. We haven't even really had alt season yet. The alts are just, I mean, Solana, Christ, that thing doesn't want to slow down. It's $157. You could have bought that for $8 5 or 6 months ago. Unbelievable. ADA hasn't really had its push yet. In the last 90 days, ADA's gone up 16%. So that, I think, is due for a good push at some point. I mean, what? SHIB up in 90 days, 220%. So that's had a little push. Where's H-bar? I'm really counting on H-bar, I am. I bought H-bar at about 5 cents. 5 or 6 cents, something like that. And that's at 13 cents now, so I've over doubled my money there. I expect that to go up some. What's Gala doing? Gala's dramatically. Gala was about 120. Number 120, it's down to 61 now. Bought Gala about 4 cents as well. That's had a big push. So H-bar, good trade. I like H-bar. I hear a lot of the sort of bigger players talking about H-bar. It's supposed to be very useful. So this is interesting. So we got a little bit of sideways. We've had a failed breakout, and we've had another attempt. Touch. We're confirming this trend channel, I think. We've had this channel. We've had a break. We've made 2 pushes up. We may be retesting this now. It'd be interesting to see. I thought APAC. Yeah, I know. Yeah, especially after all that SEC stuff got cleared up. But it hasn't really, is it? I know a lot of people saying that could have been as high as Bitcoin, or at some point. But because of that court business, it's just went in limbo, didn't it? Which is a shame. But I've always stayed. I bought once at £1.5 worth of Bitcoin and 1,500 worth of Ethereum. But I ended up selling them. Trouble is with me, I'm so indecisive. I tend to swap and change. But I do like H-bar. I'm going to hold on till H-bar. I really like that. But I think we're still in the very early stages of crypto. But yeah, I thought XRP. I thought Cardano would have had a bit more of a push by now. That seems, it's been around a while, seems solid. But we haven't really had alt season as yet, have we? I think what happens is when we tend to sort of top out on Bitcoin, a lot of the money comes out of Bitcoin, then tends to flow into the altcoins. I mean, this is just what I've learned over. I think most people, their first ever year in cryptocurrency get burned. I certainly did. And then you learn, you hear all these flipping gurus on YouTube hyping up about this, that, and the other. 10x this, 20x that, and you get sucked into the hype, and you realise if that's going to happen, you've got to be just damn lucky I'm in the right place. I think I put about $600, about £600 into Saitama. That seemed to be the new one on the block. And they were having this new wallet coming out, this SaitaMask wallet. And they had this big meeting in this big sort of open meeting they were supposed to be revealing this thing in Las Vegas. This was about a year or so ago. And my £600 went up to £2,000 leading up to this. And then all of a sudden they announced it wasn't ready, so the thing took a dive. And last I looked, it's worth about $20. So I paid $600. It went up to $2,000. But I thought it was going to keep on going the way people were raving, and then it ended up being $20. It's about $60 now. So, am I going to get my money back? Maybe. But you just put it down to a learning curve, and hopefully this time around I'm a bit wiser. The trouble is, when people come into crypto and the hype, they just don't realise they end up buying close to the top, and then unfortunately there's only one way it goes, then and down. And if you don't get rid of it and you hold, you'll struggle to get your money back. How long did you say it took you to start turning the corner? Well, okay, so this is it. I managed to take $10,000 out of trading accounts over last year, and I could have taken a bit more. So here's the thing: I managed to get accounts. I can make money. I have a problem with keeping it. But since Christmas, I seem to be making better decisions, and I'm refusing now to sort of take stupid risks. But yeah, being consistent is the goal. But I've got some accounts here which are about $400 away from a payment. So what I'll say is this is going to be a better year. How much of a better year, I don't know. But it's definitely going to be a better year. But you do find yourself taking very slow. It's almost like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. It's a very slow process. But it's a process I'm getting to grips with now. It doesn't stress me as much trading. The emotions aren't as powerful as they used to be. So I'm aiming in the right direction. I'd say the seesaw is just starting to tip in the balance. So when I can start getting some payments out of these, I'll add to them. I've got another one going live tomorrow. And what I want to do is do what the Alpine guy does when he gets above 2,600. He takes a $2,000 payment and then reduces that account down to one contract and then just lets it ride. It's paid for itself. You know, effectively you're trading with free money. And then he just adds more and more accounts and he does the same. So that's the plan. I could have had maybe another $6,000 last year if I'd have taken money. But because I was still struggling a lot more with emotions, I ended up blowing accounts anyway. So I'd say if you do manage to get up to payment level in the earlier days, I'd say take your money. Try and get some back, because it does seem like, you've been trading for over 3 years, correct? Yeah. It'd be about 3.5 years in May, something like that. But I started 3 years in May trading Pats. But it takes time. It really does. 3 years of learning to trade isn't a great deal, to be honest with you. And obviously some of the guys on this stream have been trading a lot longer than 3 years. It takes time. It doesn't come easy. But I do feel like I'm getting enough control now to be able to not do so many stupid things, when you start to get that control and those emotions in check, that's when things start to get a little better for you. So this for me is going to be a better year. It'd just be nice to take a reasonable wage this year. 5 accounts tomorrow, 8 going on 16 years. It takes time, doesn't it? It takes time. It's a big emotional. It has a big emotional connection with you. It's very hard to sort of let that go. They talk about trading without fear and all that. It's near damn impossible to a degree, but it's about gaining control over it, so it stops you. It enables you to walk away before you do something stupid. What I did a few days ago is I took a slightly riskier trade. And decided to do it on just one of my accounts, and it failed. It's something I'm stopping doing. If it's not a good enough setup to take with all of my accounts, I ain't getting involved. And I ended up taking another trade after that, and another trade, and it went from bad to worse, and I ended up blowing that account. Now, every other single time when I've had multiple accounts, first thing I do then is open another one and trade the same and try and get it back. But the other day I just said enough's enough. I ain't doing it anymore. I'm not chucking away more and more accounts. And that's the first time I've been able to walk away. And I didn't have to drag myself away. I just felt pissed off, and I thought, I'm not giving you any more of my money. And that to me felt like a turning point. So fingers crossed. But it's a matter of coming here every day and trading and learning and improving it. And at some point, if you put enough time and effort in, it'll work in your favour. That's what I believe. Started when the market crashed in 2008. Oh, man. Excuse me a sec. Right, excuse me a sec, folks. What time is it? I'm just going to make myself a quick cup of tea. How long have we been going? 3.5 hours. I don't mind going on a bit longer because the UK, we're an hour behind you now, and we've got this news coming up in about 10 minutes. Sounds like a hell of a journey. Part-time. You're on about, what's it? So, this is quite messy, isn't it? I gotta say. So 10 minutes, about 9 minutes to this news that comes out. Now, it didn't really do a great deal yesterday, so be interested. So I'm just going to take a quick break. I am going to trade for another hour, but I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break, and I'll be back. Okay. Let's have a look. Okay, news. Where are we? 2 minutes away. Let's see what this thing does. Let's see. Do you know what? It's this. This is certainly clearer than this. I don't know what the hell this is doing. The NQ. It just doesn't really make much sense. That. Let's have a look. Channel down there. 1 leg, 2 legs. Okay, so we've got a leg up, 2 legs of correction. Now make another leg up by the looks of things. Okay, that looks a little bit clearer. Yeah, that's come to men and measure leg, and a leg. Let's have a look at this. Okay, news is pending. Just over a minute. So let's do that there and put that there, I think. Something like that. It didn't really do a great deal yesterday, so it does say, I don't know whether you've got on your charts, but it says 7 and then 1. Is that 10 past 7 or 17:01, 5:01? I don't know. What's it called? Bond auction, 10-year bond auction. So maybe we have this and a break. I don't know. One attempt to go lower, second attempt to go higher, and now we're moving up. It's certainly feasible. Okay, we have it the 5 o'clock time. So we got leg up and leg up, leg down, leg down, leg up, leg up. Okay, a little bit of a spike there. So I'm assuming that must have been it. Well, it certainly did way more than it did yesterday, that's for certain. Yeah, it is 5:01, 30-year bond auction. Just looked on the Forex Factory. Yeah, 5:01, 30-year bond. I'd not heard of it up until yesterday. So that is it for today. Tomorrow we have got some more news. So so that measured leg is played out. In fact, you could probably put that to there and that to there. That might be a little bit better. And yeah, leg and a leg. It's played out nicely, that has. So, bit of an overshoot on here because of the news. So, leg. So that looks like a leg, 2 legs of correction, and another leg. Sorry about that. Do you know what? I think this is looking just like a big range day. It is just looking like a bigger range day. We've had a few touches on the bottom with a little breakout there and a couple of touches there. So it seems to be taking off now. We had all this basically until the news, and the news we had a bit of a positive spike, and now up it's rocketed. Got some big orders up here at 50. Lots of liquidity around 47, so this top line. So I think it's very likely this is where we're going to end up. Okay, a couple of legs down would be nice, and then for another push up to the top. Better sail, I'm hoping, tomorrow. We usually find out about midnight. When does it finish? Finishes at around about 4:59 Eastern Standard Time. Excuse me. So I'm guessing we'll probably go over to 80% off. Whether we go 80% and one data pass, something like that, I'm not sure. But we do tend to flit between the 71% and 80%. So I'm hoping it'll be the 80% and the data pass. So we'll have to see. 90%, not sure. They tend to not do that as much now, but I don't mind the 80% off and one data pass. So looking on Bookmap, there's a lot of orders in around the 41 area, so a lot of buy orders. So need to grab them while they're 90% up. Yeah. That's the first time they've done it for a while, the 90%, so they tend to sort of fade out. No, they don't. They used to be quite regular. They're not as regular now. So, this is interesting. I don't mind it retesting this and then off again. Maybe we have a leg and a leg. Maybe we have something, I don't know, something like along the lines of that. But this channel looks quite nice there. We've got a touch here, fits nice on the top. So really, what I can see here is we got this channel down and some form of a correction followed by two legs down to a new low. So that now was played out, and it does look like now we're working up in this channel. So that's what I'm thinking at the moment. So whether we have something like that, that's basically played out. But obviously, this can then get extended. So maybe you would go leg followed by wherever it finishes, which will get us a bit higher. But that's probably just an educated guess at the moment, as opposed to what I'm thinking. But so far, we're holding in the right place. We got a channel down. I'd like a little break and a new low, but so there's our first entry. It'd be nice, really, to be able to bounce off this tops here and then push up, followed by a nice higher low. And if we can get that, I think there's a good chance we'll get up to these highs. But it's got to look right here. If the signal bars are looking good for long, then if we get an opportunity here, then I'll take it. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit tight, because there is a possibility, because we're going sideways, we just have two legs of a break and then come back into the range. I don't think we will. The picture, as I mentioned, is quite clear. We had this channel down, some form of a correction, followed by two legs down for a new low. Then we've had a leg and a leg up towards these highs. We've had a little bit of a pullback and we've pushed higher. So I think there's a good chance now we could continue on up. There is a bit of support along here. You can see it there a little bit, which might mean, we come down. But even if we have a leg and a leg or some kind of a break, that's fine. But it does just pretty much look like a range day on the ES. It's nothing more, nothing less. So I think there's a good chance we could get up to these highs. But we've got to get the right setup. I like the way we've come down quite strong, and now these bars are getting smaller, so they're losing a little bit of momentum, which is a good sign. Anywhere along here, be nice to bounce off. Your graph making today shows that you should have had a solid, profitable day. Yeah, it hasn't quite gone that way. What stung me was that one there. That was the only one I had the problem with, really. I had that channel grown slightly, and it was 2 legs up, followed by a lower high. I thought that was an absolute beauty. And it looked even better on the NQ. We got a channel, 1 leg up. So we got a leg up, we got a break, 2 attempts to go on a higher, perfect measured leg, strong push below the EMA, followed by a lower high. I thought that was coming down for sure. It's one of those unusual ones that you don't often see that, I think, why didn't it work? I get why it didn't work on here. I could have misjudged the channel, but it looked even clearer on the NQ. But it's one of those things. I got out for a point here because that rattled me. I could have got a lot more. Could have been well in the green there. That one as well. I went into support, which was a bit risky, but I liked the setup and it clearly worked. But some days, things go okay. You're nice and confident. But when you get a trade like that you thought was that good, sometimes it rattles you a little bit. And but it's one of those things. But it's been a funny old day today. I should have stayed out a lot of this. That one, we had a channel up there, 2 legs of correction or 2 legs back. Beautiful long there, followed by a nice big bullish bar, which was a failure. I got in a little bit late there, but on a limit order, and it didn't do much, to be fair. And then it came back. Luckily, I had the foresight to put my stop below there, and it came down. I managed to get out for about just under a point. But I should be staying out a lot of this, with the exception of that one. But if I'd have taken that for 2 points and that for 2 points, I'd have been still in the green now. Okay, so far so good. My slight concern is with this little short-term trend channel, we have a break and a new low. So a long at this point in time would be risky, in my opinion. I never take that one. I always wait for the higher low on something like this, just in case it triggers you and stings you, stops you getting trapped. We've got a touch here, touch here. It fits really nice, this channel. And after those final, that measured leg down to a no, it does look like we're reversing. I want a higher low here, but this is concerning me. Doesn't mean we have to make a new low. We can still go up if the market's strong enough. But 3 quite strong bars, and I want a little bit of a pullback here. I like the channel. We've had a break, come down and retested the support on this top, which makes sense. I'd still like this to at least attempt to make a new low. We have got a few bars there which seem to be hugging that line. Even if we break below there, I just want to pull back in here so I can get a higher low if it does go up. Doing what I thought it would. So 1, 2, maybe we come back for a little bit more. 1, 2, maybe we come back for a triple test. I'd like to see that come down and make a new low there and then push up. If we can get a really solid long here, I'll be quite confident holding it towards the tops here. There's some big orders up here. It's frustrating. I looked at that one, but at the time we've got this short-term trend channel, which could break and make a new low, which means that may get stung. Yeah. It's not over yet. If we can get a bit of a break, a couple of legs. I wouldn't class that as a triple test because we just went up. That for me is a push up, and that for me is the first test. That is the second test. Because we've pushed up and come back. Personally, I was hoping we might get another leg down there and then get that 1, 2, 3 triple test. We may still get a pull back here on the NQ. If so, we may get 2 legs back. We'll see. My concern here is we range a little bit. Trouble is we've pushed off here relatively strong, and it's fitting nice. And after this channel with the break and the 2 legs down, it does look like we're moving up quite strong. Once we can get above this, the next bit I'd see it's struggling would be here. The trouble is it's just gone off, isn't it? We haven't. I'd have preferred it maybe to come back here and retest this a bit, but it's turned over. We have a few smaller bars and then off we go. Unfortunately, it doesn't give us a chance for an entry. My concern was going long there. I mean, granted, it was technically a second entry long, but it's just one of those things, isn't it? We could have had a break and a new low on the what's it? We sort of got a little channel there, haven't we? Maybe. I mean, whether we have or not, but I mean, we certainly got a short-term trend channel in the NQ, and we've had a break of it. It looked like it was stalling for a minute. We may have gone down, but it would have been nice to just get a quick push at least to make a double bottom, and then off we go. I might skip not. Yeah. I tend to not take those straight away, the second entry longs, if I'm a little bit unsure. The safer option is the higher low, but so many times now, market comes down, it just goes off. You don't get an opportunity to get in, which is why I started looking at maybe a smaller time frame. You've got 3 bars here. Maybe on the 1,000 tick, you might get a pullback there. It's hard to say. Let's have a look. See if I have noticed that sometimes. So yes, let's have a look at the 1,000 tick chart. See if there would have been anything there. No. Sometimes we do. Yeah, we got that channel there, and it just pushes up. Sometimes on the 1,000 tick chart, you get a little bit of a pullback. But we had nothing, unfortunately. This just took off. Just no entries. It's a shame, really, because I think there's a fair chance of getting up here. But just this seems to just be the general picture lately for some reason. It just, you know, a lot of times going back a couple of years, we'd have 2 legs back from there, and then you'd have an opportunity there, and then maybe even a higher low. But it just seems like they've all but disappeared. Whether it's just a phase it's going through, I got no idea. But you know, good setups are really hard to come by nowadays. It's too late now. We're up there. There's nothing we can do up there. We've broke the highs of this. That's technically played out. Is it going to get there? It doesn't matter if it does. There's nothing we can get in there, unfortunately, which is just a bit frustrating. So it just might be a case of having to try and adjust things or kind of move with it. Well, you've got some big volume up here at 52.50. No emotions when trading. It's okay. They go on about trading without emotions, but it's near damn impossible. And a cheeky 5 points on this one. Yeah, I'd have taken that on evaluation. Sure, I would have done. It's what I like about it is it is respecting that line. My concern with it is because the NQ, we had the short-term trend chart with a break in a lot of cases, we'll make a new low, and if that happened, we may nick that short and just nick the bottom of that bar and bounce off this. It's always possible, but I'd have 100% taken that on an evaluation. But on a PA, I just want to be a little bit extra cautious, especially as I'm down a little bit today. I'm down sort of 155 on my bigger accounts and 78, which is not a lot. But when you've had a loss or so, it's always nicer to come back with a nice solid trade there. It gets your confidence back up a little bit. And about that one there, lower high back to the EMA. My concern with that is it's just congested, and you don't know whether it's going to touch the bottom of the range and trigger and then push up so many times. It'll just touch this. It won't even get to the EMA here. Come back, push off, come back. You just don't know. So we've played out now. That has played out. So now let's see. Are we going to have a leg up? 2 attempts to go lower and then up some more. I know we've got a lot of volume up here, and we've got all-time highs up here. You mean after the break of the new high? They got about here, short in that. Yeah, I tend to not do that because at the moment, we could get up to these highs. Sometimes I've found when you get these sort of signal bars to go short here, a lot of the time they'll trigger and push up. So as a rule, my strategy doesn't allow that. I know in a lot of cases it'll work, but you don't know whether we're going to have a break new high. Sometimes it'll trigger it and off it'll go. but we have got this level that we can get up to. So yeah, I'd have taken that, Paul, on an evaluation. It's worth a risk on the evaluation. But with a PR, I had to take into consideration that little short-term trend channel with a break. Sometimes it doesn't break it. But if I know it's there, I have to respect the fact that it's there. So if you look there, short-term trend, we had a break, and it made a matching low, which is good enough for me. But if we get a short-term trend channel, I have to give it a chance to break. And a matching low is good enough for me, and then it took off. But there, we seemed to lose a bit of momentum there. We had that wick, and I thought, is this going to come down and make a new low? Which is why I didn't get in here. If that was looking bullish or we'd had a higher low there, then I may have had a go at that. I don't mind taking second entries like that if I've got something strong here, but most of the time I personally feel safer getting the higher low. The higher lows are much more reliable trade to take, in my opinion. £10 a point. Spread bet account, so I can afford. Where are you from, Paul? I know spread bet in the UK is tax-free. I'm not even 100% sure exactly what spread betting is, in all fairness. You UK, whereabouts? I know spread betting is tax-free in the UK. You've probably told me before, haven't you? Essex. Oh, maybe you haven't. Oh, you're down in sort of towards London. Yeah, spread betting is tax-free in the UK, whatever money you make from spread bet. I don't even know what it is. I probably should research it, actually, but I know there is a guy I watch. He's got a YouTube channel. There's a bunch of them, and he teaches trading, sort of a Cockney guy. In fact, it might be called Spread Betting UK, isn't it? I think. I'm not exactly 100% sure what it is, but when they said it was tax-free, it made my ears prick up. Actually, not a million miles away. Shropshire, I am. I'm just about 30 miles east of Wolverhampton. So yeah, you're sort of Essex, that North London, isn't it? Is it? I can't think. Or is it north, south, east, northeast? I can't think. I've drawn a blank. It's been a while since I've been down that part of the world. So are we going up again? Nothing I could do here, unfortunately. We got a leg up with 1-2 attempts lower. It does look like it's pushing up to these highs, but there's just, where's the entry? We get nothing. See, Mac's been trading. I was chatting with Daniel Q Shin the other night, and he said compared to lockdown, when there was an average of 3 good setups a day, he struggles to find one. Be interested to see what Mac's opinion, because Mac's obviously been trading this for about 28 years. Is this normal? Is this just a cycle where it goes through a stage of, maybe not a lot of trades? There may be a triple test up there, but we've hit this level, see. So we've been up once, we've had a break, made a new high, and we've made another attempt. How far away is that in time? How far away is that in time? I'm not sure what you mean there, bud. AC, how far away is that in time? $30 minutes. Oh, okay. 30 miles from Wolverhampton, about 35 miles. It's up the M54 motorway, so it's about 25 minutes. I don't know. I'm pretty sure some of you drive a lot quicker than that. Yeah, it's about 25, 30 minutes, something like that. It's not far. It's not far. It's pretty much up the motorway. We got a motorway, which is like a dual carriage. You guys know what motorways are, don't you? Yeah, it's not far away. And Paul down in Essex is probably about 3 hours away, I think, for me, something like that. Maybe a little bit less, 2.5 hours. 2 hours on a good day. If Matt didn't see any differences, yeah, he must notice. I look back on some of my charts from 2.5 years ago, and genuinely, you know, I thought perhaps it's me taking a few trays a day, but no, there seems so many more setups. The guy would look, what would be like, looks normal to me. Maybe, yeah. Maybe. See, I keep saying this, really. You only really need one trade a day. That would have been the one, really. If I'd had the confidence to stay in that. My issue was I had that a channel drawn like that, so I believe this to be a break where the new low was coming, so that's why I got in. Now, I think that's probably more sensible, but on the NQ, it looked perfect. You've got a perfect touch there, perfect touch, and we've got about 3 bars there, 3 bars there, 2, but it looked perfect to me. So we had exactly the same setup. We had 1 leg up, 2 legs up to a perfect measured move, pushed strongly from the EMA and gave us a big lower high bearish bar. I thought that was an absolute gold mine. And we had the same on here. Now, I had my channel drawn that, and I thought, okay, this is the break, so perhaps my channel should be like this. But I know in the past I've said out loud, I always assume we've had a break. That way I don't get caught in a trap, and I fell into my own world of shit there, really. But it's, I can live with that because I believed it to be a good trade. It's when I do something stupid. And I thought, we've made a new low, we're now pushing up. And I thought I'd been trapped to the short side. And then I saw 2 legs down, nice second entry long, and a beautiful failure with a big bar. Now, I didn't get in there because it was too much of a risk. I got in here at a couple of ticks early, and it went up there and started coming back. So I decided to move my stop an extra 5 ticks to below here because that's where the failure was, and I believe that to be the better trade. And it came back and it went up and worked, and I ended up getting, it went up about 6 ticks. I got 3 out of it. Now, I don't often move me stop, but if I believed that the trade earlier wasn't a million miles away, if I believed to be it more solid, then in that case I did. And I ended up, instead of taking a big loss, I ended up taking a profit, so it worked. But it was a calculated risk, that one, based on the setup. Channel up, 2 legs back, and a beautiful failure. Testing this sort of, with a double bottom, and it did work. That failure up for, where was it here? So a tick above it. It went up. So you'd have got 2 points off that. So if you'd have took it 1 tick above there, you'd have got 2 points off that. So that trade worked. Now, yes, it came back. And I often see Mac taking trades where it does come back. But I think the reason it never broke below there is because it was quite a reasonably strong signal bar with probably quite a few stops there. And the more stops you got behind somewhere, the more chance you have got of not getting hit. So that worked for 2 points. I got in a little late. But, it's one of those things, isn't it? You learn next time. I don't think it was that congested at this point. It went congested then, which is why maybe it came down before it pushed up again. So it's just one of those One's bit of naivety, lack of experience, but that's why I come here every day to learn. That was the better trade. That worked perfectly. That was a good setup. Same with this little channel break, 2 pushes up to a new low, little triple test. Looked nice here. So that was the better trade. So theoretically, if that would have worked for 2 points and that would have worked for 2 points, I'd have been 4 points up saying, what a great day. So it's just one of those things. Some days we just misjudge things or miss a few things, but we do learn from it. And next time around, if I'm unsure about something like that, but yeah, we learn. So I don't mind taking losses like this or coming out early and learning my lesson there because, it makes you a better trader. Yeah, I might drop Mac a message actually and just say, are you finding less setups now? Going back a couple of years, and perhaps it's just because of the way it was in lockdown. It was a lot more volatile, and there was more setups. But I believe Mac adapts his trading anyway from experience. But we tend to sort of follow the rules. But over time, I think when you sort of mature as a trader, you'll naturally find your own rhythm and your own way of trading, and maybe certain trades that don't necessarily follow the rules you may take, and I think that's okay. So 1, 2, 3. There's a triple test there. We have made a high, but we've made 2 more attempts. Personally, I much prefer that to push through there. What we do? Oh shit, we're miles away. Okay, so second entry long there. I don't think that's a bad trade actually. We still seem to be working up in this channel. Can I adjust that? Yeah, I can. Second entry long there. Let's see how this finishes. I prefer it to break below and sit on top. Let's have a look. Okay, we're at these highs. We have made multiple attempts to push higher. We seem to be struggling. There may be a failure there. It's just a pure guesswork, really, that. We've had a triple bottom there, a triple. I don't think that's that bad, actually.
Order submitted.
On a limit order. Let's have a look. I just want to see what this is going to do first. 1, 2, 3. It's definitely a triple test. That one attempt to go lower, second attempt to go lower, and now we're off. It's just not looking massively favourable. I'd want it to get above here. It's not going to happen, is it?
Order cancelled.
Actually, we've made a new high here. We do seem to be looking like we may be making a downtrend. There's a failure there. So we broke out of this. 3 attempts to go higher. This looks like we may be coming down. Maybe that's an overshoot. It's only because you guys have moved forward an extra hour. I got a bit of extra time. So I feel alright actually. I don't feel usually. Yesterday I felt absolutely knackered. I feel alright at the moment. It's just so choppy here. I'd like this to push up there, but who knows whether it's going to do it or not. It's struggling to get up. It's actually quite a small
Order
risk there.
filled.
I'm going to have a go at that. It's quite a small risk. We've tested this a bunch of times, so I don't think it's that bad. Or are we coming down? Oh, I don't know about this. It's quite a small risk. If we get above these bearish bars, I think that might push up. It's holding there, so... Come on, push up, push up. It's just not filling me full of confidence, put it that way. Come on, get up, you bastard. It's a triple test. I mean, we've hit that 3 times, haven't we? I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. One attempt to go lower, second attempt to go lower. Let's give it a whirl. We're pushing up here now, so... Come on. Looks like it's frozen, doesn't it?
Target filled.
Okay, there we go. Flipping hell, finally in the green. Thank Christ for that. That was a stressful day. Channel up, one attempt to go lower, second attempt to go lower. Off we go. It is old in there multiple times. It looks like it's trapping shorts. We had this downtrend down. We had a break of it, didn't come down, which tells me it's strong. Push back up, 2 legs back. It's holding there, bullish bar. There's going to be shorts there and shorts there. So that was a flaming stressful day. So, I mean, we're touching multiple times there. Every time we've hit that one, we pushed off. We hit that one, we pushed off. We hit that one, we pushed off. Short the other side now. No, I ain't doing that, mate. No. I've given up doing. There used to be who was the guy maybe about 7 or 8 months ago? There used to be a guy in here. Forget his name now. He was a pretty good trader, actually. And he'd go, I'd short this, I'd go long here, I'd short here. And he seemed to be right every bloody time. He had about 9 in a row. He went, I'd definitely short here. And the first time I decided to do it, it came back a bit. And he went, hold. And I moved my stop and ended up losing. So I tell you what, if Warren Buffett came on here and went short now, I wouldn't do it. But at least we ended up having a green day. Just 2 legs back, and I mean, how many times have we hit there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That for me is very much like a penguin style trade. We got a leg up, we made 1 attempt to go lower, a second attempt to go lower, and we failed. When that pushed strongly through there, that's the way up. So I'm just happy we're ended up green for the day. So 120, 130, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. We're up $180 for the day. And under the circumstances, it's been a bloody, it's been a tough day. So I've managed to stay calm after that one and watch the market, and it's paid off. It's just a shame about that one. It'd be interesting to see. I bet a few people are going to get stung there. I thought that was an absolute diamond. Now, bearing in mind at the time, I had that. And the reason I had that is because we had more or less exactly the same thing. We had the same little, when we had this top here, we had exactly the same there, and it fitted absolutely perfect. So this to me was the first break. And I mean, look at that. It don't look any better on that. We had a push up, we had a break, we had 2 attempts to go lower, pushed up nice and strong, feathered off here. So after a perfect measured leg, we came down, nice big bearish bar below the EMA. That one for me was a winner all day long, and it didn't work. Not quite sure why. It's not often I can say that. Maybe because there's a bit of I suppose the only thing I can say is I usually have a sheet of paper on my to my side, a laminated piece of paper saying taking a trade, look left. Now, in all fairness, there's that much support there. That's the only reason I could feel that would fail. It's a little bit congestion with a fail breakout, and I went short into the lows and it triggered me in turn. So that's the only reason I could see that. But because I got that new monitor here, I took away that sheet of paper, and that may have kept me out of that. But it's just one of those things, isn't it? It's been a tough day, stressful day, but I've managed to keep me cool. I've had 1 loss. What have I had? 1, 2, 3, 4. I've taken 5 trades. That's a hell of a lot for me. You've been rewarded for your discipline. Yeah, there's definitely been some naivety there, I think. So that one worked an absolute trade. That was a nice trade. And that one as well, but because just confidence and what have you. The trouble is when you're getting close to payout, you get a little bit extra cautious. But that one would have worked a treat, and that one, it would have comfortably covered that one. But that's a lot of trades for me. I took 3 trades in one day about 3 weeks ago, and that's the most trades I've taken in about 6 months. So in all fairness, what I should have done was taken that one for 2 points. That one was a mistake. That's a learning curve. I got no problem with that. And taken that for 2 points, and that would have covered my losses, and I'd have been green, and I'd have been happy for the day. But what I like about that one, we've got a nice channel up. We come back and bounce once, bounce twice and 3 times. But to me, it's a penguin style trade, leg up. 1, 2 attempts to go lower, and then off we go. So I ended up being, well, I think 2 points off, 2 points up. Not 2 points. Is that a point up? A point up. 1 point up for the day. I can consider myself a little bit fortunate there because my lack of confidence. We've got a channel break, 2 pushes up to a new high, and we've had 3 attempts there. And usually when we get something like that, 3 attempts, it does exactly what it was supposed to, and push right down to the bottom. But I got out for a point, which is a shame, really. But it's one of those things. I risk a little bit more than I probably should on my trades. And if I had, if I'd have been risking $20, I'd have put my stop down there and forgot about it. But, Thomas, you were right about that. 1, 2, 3, you were right about that. My only slight issue with that is we got a channel. I'd say that for me, is in that little uptrend, so I probably wouldn't have taken that one. And another reason I wouldn't have gone short is because we've had a channel and we've made 2 attempts to go lower. So I wouldn't be shocked if that only gets halfway down and takes off. But for me, we've made 2 attempts, 2 clear attempts, this area and this area. This may have just been a touch. But as it came down, but there you go. So what did I make on that? I think it was about 2, 3, 4, 2 1/4. Is that right? 2 1/4 points. So I'm calling that a triple test. See what I mean? Back to the EMA and then reversed. We've got the tops, the highs of the day. For me, really, it is just a range day. It's nothing more, really, is it? But it's been a messy, choppy range day. Because we've had these 2 clear pushes down. This, for me, is just one leg. It's just 1 leg, 2 legs. But it's a push. And we've rejected multiple times off that line. So I'd say we're likely to push up to these highs now, which is why, 1, I wouldn't short that there because of that reason. And 2, it's still technically in that little channel. I like to prefer a break and an attempt to push higher. So we'll see. It may come down, but the fact that that's come down quite bearish and turned and pushed up off that EMA. Having said that, we did here, but we came below the EMA first before we come back. So who knows anyway. But, when you've had a bit of a rocky day, when you manage to get in the green, I think sometimes that's a good signal to knock it on the head. Put it down to lack of confidence. If I'd have got me 2 points there, in my head, when I've done 2 points, I'll happily not take anything else. Doesn't bother me in the slightest then, but when I saw that one, I thought, that's a diamond, I've got to take it. But it's just one of those things. Sometimes you misjudge something and it stings you. But those are the trades I don't mind losing when I genuinely believe them to be a good one. Anyone tried the open range trade? Did it really? I did watch some of Tom Hoggard's video last night, John. I watched an hour of it. He does an hour, his colleague does an hour, and he finishes off the second, but I was dozing off a little bit. But the gist I got, he goes long. I think if there's an uptrend and we get a negative bar and an uptrend, he goes long. So if we're coming down and we get a negative bar and the opposite race, so it'd be a bullish bar, he goes short and it worked. Same there. We get a bullish bar and he shorts, it worked. Same there. Bullish bar, shorts, it worked. Every time we get a bullish bar, it comes down in this downtrend. So let's have a look. Bullish bar, triggered, come down. Bullish bar, triggered, come down. Bullish bar, triggered, come down. Bullish bar, I think he gives himself 10 or 20 points on this. Bullish bar, triggered, come down. So well, it's basically we get it's just a pullback, really, isn't it? But we wait for a certain signal. But I think, John, it's always useful to not necessarily get rid of your strategy, but add to it, add little, I call it extra strings to your bow, because, at the moment with this strategy we've got, things are tough. So learning new skills, I think, is important for a trader. We're always watching, we're always learning. I'm an advocate of sticking to your strategy and don't try different strategies and bin your other one, but adding extra trades or extra setups to it, I think is fine. And the feedback I've had off Mac, it's encouraged. It's perfectly normal. Yeah, whichever triggers first. But, that's the beauty of being able to mess around on a demo. You could always try stuff, or even if you want to have a go, get the NQ on another screen and just short it with one micro, or just trade it with one micro at a time. But I'm going to watch it again today. I've not been sleeping brilliantly at night, so my wife's got me some of that melatonin. You're supposed to take a couple of mils before bed, so I took a bit of it, and I started watching that, and I got through most of the hour, but I did keep dozing off. So, but it does sound like what the penguin, not penguin, what Thingy Bob does. It does sound like that strategy, so it's interesting. Leg up, possibly second entry long there. Leg up, 2 attempts to go lower. Is that going to go long? I wouldn't be surprised. But for me, the sensible thing would do was to stay out now. But I'm seeing a nice second entry long on here, which is there. So I think that we made 1 attempt to go lower, a second attempt to go lower. I'll be surprised if that doesn't get up to there. I ain't getting involved because it's been a choppy day. And I consider myself a little bit fortunate not to get battered anymore. So I would suggest turning with a couple of glasses of whiskey. I'll say fine, yeah. The trouble is with me, because I spend all my time at home in the week, you don't have to go to bed any time. You can get up when you want. And I always usually get up and have a quick pee during the night. And half the time I come downstairs and watch Mac's video. So I've got myself into a bad habit. So my wife got me some of that melatonin, and it kind of zonked me out. But I had knee surgery about 8 years ago, and I had some of the best sleep I've ever had. I was given, what was I given? I don't know, something. It's very, very strong medication. I did karate for years and years, kicking fresh air. I'm glad I stayed out of that. Kicking fresh air, I torn some cartilage in my knee. I forget what tablets I was taking, but I'd have 2 of them, and I would not flipping know a thing till the following morning. It was great. I forget what they're called now. But you have to sign one of those pieces of paper because it's in there. It's an opiate. I think it's yours. The US is Vicodin. I think it's the same sort of stuff. Okay, so I'm glad I stayed out of that. It did look like a nice second entry long there, but I'll be surprised if that don't get stopped out. Yeah. That's why I decided to stay out of that. This market's a bit dangerous. So if I've managed to come from, I don't know, 250, 300 down, whatever I was 300 down at one point. Was I? Something like that. Yeah, I was about 325 down on my bigger account. So to come back to being 60 up in each, I feel blessed. Excuse me, but that was a nice setup, I think, touching multiple times. We'd gone up, we'd had a break, we made 2 pushes up, we made 1, 2, 3 attempts and a smallish bearish bar. Some of these risks I've taken today have been quite small. That lower high was very small. That, I think, was 1.75 points, tick below, so that was pretty small as well, but that was the one that stitched me up. But I don't mind that. I don't mind when the market outsmarts me. I'll learn from it. So there you go. So I don't know how you guys have done. I think some of you have got some, but some of you guys didn't copy me with that one. My apologies if you did. But I don't mind losing stuff like that if I learn something. That was the better trade. It went for 2 points, but what I should have done is stayed out of that one because it's too big a risk. So probably because of that, I wouldn't necessarily call it revenge trading. I thought I'd been trapped to the short side and this is now going up. Which is why after that big bullish bar I got in, because I thought if we're going to take off, that's the one that's going to push us. But we just struggled so many times. So that one, see if you open it up, we got a leg up there, we got 2 legs back. So a quick correction, followed by a beautiful failure, really. It is a bit congested, but it's so strong. But I left that, and then when it started to push up again, I got in again, and I was holding for me 2 points, and it didn't quite get there. It came back down, so I stand by what I did. I don't usually move my stop. Sometimes I'll move it a tick, but I like that setup so much. I thought the safest place to put your stop would be there. And it turned out that was the right thing to do. And I ended up getting 3/4 of a tick instead of losing about 3 points. So sometimes you've got to use your judgment, but you've got to live by it. If that's the case, you've got to live with it. And at that point, when I took that trade, I thought if it works, fine. If it doesn't, I shut down and I go home. This is coming down off there, see? So, where are you? You would have been right there, Thomas. That would have worked. You'd have had a little bit of stress, but there's a failure there as well. So this, although this is looking kind of bullish, it's a hard day today. It's doing a lot of sideways stuff. We did a lot here, we did some here, we did a chunk here, and now it's here. So it's an hard day today. But if I came back later in the evening, I wouldn't be shocked if we were up here somewhere. But yeah, tough day today. It's been tough lately. I'm just trying to think. I try and do a quick self-assessment. How do I feel? And I felt all right today. I haven't felt particularly impatient. Apart from that, I actually like the setup and it did work really nice. So that probably would have done it for me. But that one looks so nice, I couldn't resist. But there we go. You live and learn, don't you? Every day's a school day, but you know, I'm confident, and I'm a massive believer that my trading's improved over the last, few years. That's the first time I've been trapped like that, like a real sucker for a long time. And that I attribute that to being trapped and having the experience to spot those areas. But we all, it happens to us all at some point, don't we? But apart from that, so 4 winners. 1, 2, 3, 4 winners and a loss. Those two I should have maximised. So that one, and that one, I think were the better trades. And in all fairness, if I'd have made 2 points off each, up 6 points, I'd have been over the moon. But because of that loss, it probably rattled me a little bit. But I was trying to be, trying to think how I was feeling and be aware how I was feeling. Sometimes if you shut yourself off and you work on autopilot, it goes against you. So I tried to sort of bring myself back down to earth and just think and calm down. And I managed to hold my nerve for the rest of the day. I didn't feel like I was jumping in or itching to take a trade. I just thought, just play the game. So I hope I haven't rabbited on too much. I hope you got some green today, and I hope your red is limited. So that is it for me today. Thursday tomorrow, 2 more days. But yeah, this 71% off and 3 days to pass is still available at the moment. But unless you're in a rush, I'd probably hold on. You may get a better offer tomorrow. But as I've said before, if you're still new, you haven't been trading long, don't get loads of evaluations. Just stick to one. Stick to one evaluation. When you pass it, stick to one PA. When you make some money and you can get a PA to pay, then add a couple or a few more, then start to grow. Because you'll just don't do what I did and what a lot of us do and just throw money at it like it's a bloody dartboard. try and be sensible with your money, because trading's costly to learn trading. There's no easy way around it. But the way I see it is, you're paying for an education, like, if you did a degree in the UK, $10,000 a year, pounds a year. So you're paying for an education. So on that note, I'll love you and leave you. So Thursday tomorrow, 2 more days left, and it'll be April before you know it. So I appreciate all your comments. And I will chat to you again tomorrow. So if you're carrying on trading, best of luck. Otherwise, have a great evening. Stay safe. We'll chat again tomorrow. Bye for now.